Chapter 70. Basically, there isn't any problem. The language teacher reacted and said quickly, "Then can I go now?" Yang Ming didn't want to stay in the office for too long. It felt weird to be surrounded by a large group of teachers. If it was only Zhao Ying, it would be fine. You can go back now. Teacher Li was completely speechless this time. Memory is innate. There is no way to teach it as a learning method. A special case like Yang Ming is really rare. When he was about to leave the office, Yang Ming suddenly saw Zhao Ying's complaining eyes. It seemed to be saying, "Why didn't you tell me about this?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly in mouth. "I will find you tonight." Then he left the office. When he returned to the classroom, Yang Ming was immediately besieged by Zhang Bin. How was it? The teacher didn't see any flaws, right? Flaws? What flaws? Yang Ming scratched his head. "It's the flaw of your cheating." Zhang Bin said, "Fuck. I told you that this is the result of my hard work. Why would I cheat? Do you think that cheating can get me first in class?" Yang Ming said with contempt. "That's true." Zhang Bin shook his head. "Then I will go home today and give a good shit." After all, they were already in their third year of high school. Time was tight. Yang Ming's incident was like a small episode. It didn't cause much of a stir in the class. Everyone just talked about it for a while before they shifted their attention back to their revision. Wang Jitao, after class, pretended to come to Yang Ming's desk. "Bro, you're quite good. Let's find a place to celebrate tonight." "Celebrate with you? Forget it. I don't want to be a rapist again. I don't know how Chan Fei's investigation went." Wang Jitao, this guy did something bad and acted like nothing happened. However, on the surface, Yang Ming said perfunctorily, "I may not be free tonight. Maybe another day." With that, Yang Ming stood up and walked towards Chun Mingyan. "Damn it, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it." Wang Jitao was infuriated. "Do you think I want to hire you?" He was just being polite. However, he said amiably, "Okay, call me when you have time. I'll accompany you anytime." Yang Ming nodded, but didn't say anything. He really wanted to beat this guy up, but he knew that if he did, he would face Wang Jitao's crazy revenge. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was not afraid of anything. He was a single man, so how could he kill him? In today's society, no matter how awesome you are, it's not that easy to kill someone. However, the Wang family's connections were everywhere in Songjiang City. It was possible that Wang Jitao could find some uncles, and Yang Ming's parents would face layoffs. They couldn't do anything to you in the open, but there were many ways to do something to you in the dark. Yang Ming knew these rich young masters very well. Wasn't the incident at the Heavenly World Hotel a good example? Therefore, Yang Ming knew that he couldn't completely fall out with Wang Jitao now. After the last incident, Yang Ming had matured a lot. He knew what should be done and what shouldn't be done. When a person was looked down upon, there would be resentment. When beaten down, there would be hatred. When mocked and ridiculed, there would be resistance. When excluded and controlled, they would be desperate to fight back. Only when there was hatred in the heart could it inspire the belief to move forward. Yang Ming was waiting for an opportunity. Sometimes, a man just had to endure. Enduring didn't mean cowardice, but it was a sign of intelligence. Since ancient times, there weren't many people who didn't endure to achieve great things. If the Yu King Go Jian didn't have enough patience, how could he make a comeback? If Kangxi didn't have the patience, how could he kill Oh Boy? Yang Ming knew this very well, so he had been enduring. Rashly making a move on the enemy without enough strength, that was not awesome, but idiotic. Chun Mingyan was very afraid of Yang Ming now. She felt that her face was burning. Originally, she should be happy that Yang Ming's results improved. Why did she have a restless feeling in her heart? Was it because Yang Ming did better than her? Was she jealous? Chun Mingyan shook her head. She didn't even think about this idea. "Mingyan, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a meal." Yang Ming sat beside Chun Mingyan. Chun Mingyan's desk mate was very discerning. Every time Yang Ming came, he would take the initiative to move aside. Chun Mingyan looked up at Yang Ming. Her face couldn't help but redden. "Why are you treating me to a meal? It's like you're rich." "I'm not rich, but I'm in a good mood because my results are good. Of course, I have to reward both of us." Yang Ming laughed. What does it have to do with me? Chen Mingyin complained in a low voice. Without your guidance, how could I have my results? Yang Ming whispered in Chen Mingyin's ear. Chen Mingyin's ear was ticklish, and her face was even redder. Besides, you promised me last time that as long as my results were good, you would go on a date with me. I just said that we'll talk about it after the results come out. Chen Mingyin quickly shook her head. What date? Don't talk nonsense. I just said that I want to go shopping with you. Isn't that the same? Yang Ming didn't think that there was any difference between going shopping and going on a date. Aren't they both a guy and a girl going out for a walk? Forget it. Since Chen Mingyin is shy, then let's go shopping. The result is the same anyway. So Yang Ming said, shopping is fine too. Next time, not tonight. I have to go home. Otherwise, my family will be worried. Chen Mingyin said. Since Chen Mingyin didn't have time, Yang Ming went straight to Zhao Ying's office after school. He didn't know if Zhao Ying understood his lips today. When he reached the office door, Yang Ming found that the door was closed. He didn't know if Zhao Ying was there. Yang Ming wanted to knock on the door, but he felt that it was troublesome. He used his X-ray vision directly. He would be a fool if he didn't use his special ability. Yang Ming opened his mouth wide. Zhao Ying was in the office at that moment, but she was changing her clothes. At that moment, she just took off her work attire, and she only wore a small pink bra. It was actually Hello Kitty's. He didn't expect Zhao Ying to be so cute. Her bra wasn't as sexy as Chen Mingyin's. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but associate the last time he saw Chen Mingyin's bra. Chapter 71. Even the underwear is pink. Damn, there's also a kitty cat portrait on the butt. It's actually a set. Just as Yang Ming was engrossed and looking, he heard footsteps coming from the stairs not far away. I'm peeping here, don't let anyone find out. Yang Ming quickly hid in the opposite washroom. After a while, he saw a man walking towards him. It was actually Jin Gang. Why is this guy here again? Ever since the robbery, Yang Ming never saw Jin Gang again. He thought this guy had given up on Zhao Ying. He didn't expect that, after more than a month, he still didn't give up. Great, I haven't looked for you yet, but you sent yourself to me. Damn, if I don't kill you today, I'll be sorry for the bicycle that you smashed into scrap metal. Yang Ming thought with hatred. Jin Gang knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. It was Zhao Ying who opened the door. At this moment, Zhao Ying had changed into a set of casual clothes. Why is it you? Zhao Ying looked at Jin Gang and frowned. It's like this, Teacher Zhao Ying. Next week is the teacher's sports day. Our sports team needs to count the participating teachers. Which event did you sign up for? Jin Gang took out a piece of paper from his pocket and passed it to Zhao Ying. No, I'm not participating. Zhao Ying waved her hand and rejected Jin Gang. I'm teaching grade 12. I don't have much time. So it's like this. Then forget it. Work is more important. Jin Gang didn't insist and put the paper in his pocket. His purpose for coming here wasn't this, so it didn't matter if Zhao Ying participated or not. Oh yeah, it's already so late. It's already past dinner time. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go together? No. Zhao Ying was just about to refuse when the office door was pushed open and Yang Ming swaggered in. Just now, Yang Ming had been paying attention to the situation here. When he saw that Jin Gang wanted to get close to her again, he quickly pushed open the door and walked in. Miss Zhao, didn't we agree that I would treat you to dinner tonight? Yang Ming, you're here. When Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming, her eyes lit up as if she had seen her savior. In the morning, when she saw Yang Ming leave, he mouthed something to her. Zhao Ying vaguely felt that it meant, I'll find you tonight, but she wasn't too sure. So after work, she waited for Yang Ming in the office. She didn't expect to see Jin Gang there. Yes. Teacher Jin is here too? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and said, Teacher Jin, we were chatting on the field just now. What a coincidence. What? Chatting on the field? Who chatted with you? Jin Gang was a bit puzzled. What? I understand. Yang Ming pretended to be mysterious and nodded. Nothing. Zhao Ying looked at the two people in front of her in confusion. What are they talking about? Jin Gang was also very surprised. Could it be that this kid is afraid of me because I smashed his bicycle last time? Is he deliberately trying to get close to me? Teacher Zhao, the improvement of my grades is all thanks to your guidance. So, to thank you, I'm going to treat you to dinner tonight. Yang Ming said seriously, just like an obedient student. This? Zhao Ying hesitated. She didn't understand why Yang Ming insisted on treating her to dinner. But in order to get rid of Jean Gang, she nodded and said, Well, I will give you a chance to thank me. Teacher Jean, do you want to go together? Yang Ming looked at Jean Gang next to him and said, Ah. Jean Gang looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He didn't expect him to invite him. You were talking about me? Yes, Teacher Jean, I will treat you. Why? Don't you want to go with me? Yang Ming said with a smile. Okay. Jean Gang agreed without thinking. He could eat with Zhao Ying, and someone was paying the bill. Only a fool wouldn't go with such a great thing. Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming also invited Jean Gang. She was even more confused. She looked at Yang Ming with a questioning face. Yang Ming deliberately pretended not to see and walked out of the office. Zhao Ying was helpless. She could only follow. She could only ask Yang Ming later. Looking at Jean Gang with a proud face, Zhao Ying was annoyed. At the school gate, Yang Ming reached out and stopped the taxi. Before the others could react, he opened the back door and sat in. Jean Gang was stunned. He wanted to sit in the back with Zhao Ying. He didn't expect Yang Ming to sit in the car before him. There was no way. Jean Gang had to sit next to Yang Ming. Zhao Ying sat in the front passenger seat. Where are you going? The driver asked. Heavenly World. Yang Ming said the name of the hotel. It was the one that Wang Jitao invited him last time. Okay. The driver nodded and started the car. Zhao Ying frowned. Heavenly World? Isn't that a very high-end hotel? Why does Yang Ming want to go to such an expensive place? And with Jean Gang? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look back at Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and gave her a reassuring look. What's your name? On the road. Jean Gang turned his head and asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming. Yang Ming said, Good performance. Jean Gang patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Well, a bicycle has to be low-key, and a person has to be low-key. Otherwise, you'll be unlucky. Yang Ming said suddenly. And Jean Gang was stunned, and then thought for a moment. He thought that Yang Ming indirectly admitted defeat, so he said very happily, Yes, low-key, hee-hee. But Jean Gang wondered, how did this kid know that I smashed his bicycle? But no matter what, I scared this kid. Hee-hee-hee. Yang Ming also laughed twice, thinking, Idiot, I'm talking to you. I told you to be low-key, but since you are not low-key and still shamelessly follow me, don't blame me for being impolite. You could just wait for your death. Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming and Jean Gang chatting, and the doubts in her heart became heavier. How did these two people reconcile? Didn't they go tit for tat last time? Jean Gang was also very happy. Heavenly World, I have never been to such a high-class place. Dating with Zhao Ying, but Yang Ming paid the bill. The god of luck is really looking after me. Chapter 72. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Heavenly Earth. Because Zhao Ying was sitting in front, she asked, Sir, how much is it? 22. Do you want to print the invoice? Asked the driver. No need. 22, right? Zhao Ying was about to give the change, but Jean Gang first handed over a 50 yuan bill. I have it here. Jean Gang was happy in his heart. He could eat a delicious meal in a while, and Zhao Ying was accompanying him. Jean Gang didn't care about the taxi fare. Seeing that Zhao Ying wanted to pay, of course, Jean Gang had to be a man. If Jean Gang was willing to pay, then pay. Zhao Ying didn't argue with him. It was more than 20 yuan. Zhao Ying was really a little distressed. The three people got off the car. Yang Ming took the two people into Heavenly Earth with ease. Yang Ming had been here once, so he was familiar with the environment. He directly found a receptionist who despised him last time. Is there a seat? The receptionist saw that although Yang Ming was wearing ordinary street goods, he seemed to be very familiar. She guessed that he was a regular customer. She didn't despise him like last time. After all, many rich people had a strange habit of pretending to be poor. Who knew if Yang Ming was one of them? What's more, this time Yang Ming's momentum was completely different from the cautious momentum last time. He had a kind of bold momentum. And this momentum was the momentum of many rich people pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Therefore, the receptionist didn't dare to neglect. She quickly asked, "Sir, how many people are there?" "3," said Yang Ming. "Is it okay to sit in the lobby on the first floor? The private rooms are all reserved." "There are no vacant rooms," said the receptionist. "Of course." Yang Ming nodded. Even if he was asked to go to the private room upstairs, he wouldn't be willing to go. Eating downstairs, it was easier to implement his plan in a while. Therefore, Yang Ming and the other 2 people were led to a seat by the window. The environment here was good. Yang Ming took a look. It was quite close to the door. Not bad. When they sat down, Jean Gang was in a dilemma again. He wanted to sit next to Zhao Ying, but he was afraid that Zhao Ying wouldn't want to sit next to him. So he wanted to let Zhao Ying sit first, and then he would sit next to her. This way, he could sit next to her legitimately. Therefore, Jean Gang pretended to be very gentlemanly and said, "Everyone, take a seat. Take a seat." It looked like he was treating everyone. This was also deliberately revealed by Jean Gang. Since someone was willing to pay for it, it would be a waste not to act. Seeing the waiter's gaze on him, Jean Gang was secretly pleased. "I also acted like a tycoon for once." "Idiot." Yang Ming looked at Jean Gang and cursed in his heart. This guy is really a simple-minded guy. I haven't guided him yet, and he has already started to fall into the trap. You really can't judge an idiot by his appearance. He looks like a gigolo, but his actions are a complete gigolo. Yang Ming sat next to the window that was close to the door. Zhao Ying also followed Yang Ming and sat next to him. Jean Gang looked at this and was depressed. However, it was not bad to be able to face Zhao Ying face to face. If it was normal times, there wouldn't be such an opportunity. Thinking of this, Jean Gang was somewhat balanced. After the 3 of them sat down, the waiter on the side asked with a smile, "Sir, can we order now?" She said this to Jean Gang. Through Jean Gang's actions just now, she obviously thought that Jean Gang was the buyer this time. "Oh, give a menu to this lady," Jean Gang said generously. After the waiter heard this, she smiled politely again and handed the menu to Zhao Ying. Jean Gang started to fantasize in his heart again. "I was really cool just now. I finally understood what it means to be a gentleman." Zhao Ying took the menu and was shocked when she saw the price of the dishes. "My goodness, what is this place? Isn't this too outrageous? A cold dish costs 50 yuan, and a piece of dried tofu costs 88 yuan. These are the 2 cheapest dishes. Looking at the rest, there was almost nothing below 100 yuan. What is Yang Ming doing? Why did he come here to eat? How can he have so much money to treat us?" Zhao Ying was very clear about Yang Ming's family condition, so she couldn't help but worry about Yang Ming. But since she was already here, if she didn't eat before going out, it would be too shameful. Zhao Ying gritted her teeth. "Forget it. I'll order a few cheap dishes. If it doesn't work, I'll pay for Yang Ming's bill." Thinking of this, Zhao Ying only ordered the cold dish and dried tofu. Then she handed the menu to Yang Ming and said, "Let's eat less. I'm not too hungry. I've been on a diet recently, so I have to eat something light." As she said this, she gave Yang Ming a look indicating that he should cooperate with her. She didn't expect Yang Ming to ignore Zhao Ying's look. After taking the menu, he said directly, "I'll have a piece of tinfoil pork ribs, a piece of braised tofu, and a piece of Sichuan bamboo shoots." Yang Ming had eaten these 3 dishes when Wang Jitao treated him last time. They were very delicious. So this time, he ordered them too. These dishes weren't very expensive, but they were the specialty dishes here. Zhao Ying's heart was bleeding. "Yang Ming, Yang Ming, don't you know that it's not easy for your sister Ying to be single? I have to pay rent in addition to sending money home every month. Aren't you tricking me?" Yang Ming finished ordering his favorite dishes, and then he passed the menu to Jean Gang. It was like passing it around and finally returning to the owner's hands. "Teacher Jean, we've finished ordering." Jean Gang actually wanted to take the menu and order a few expensive dishes. Anyway, someone was paying the bill. It would be a waste if he didn't eat. Jean Gang couldn't wait to open the menu, and then he pretended to look at it for a long time and said, "There are both meat and vegetarian dishes." It's just missing some seafood. How about this? Give me a pound of sea cucumber, 3 lobsters, 3 shark fin rice, 3 abalones and sauce. And that's all for now. Okay, sir. The waiter quickly remembered the dishes Jean Gang ordered. He thought, this man is really generous to order the expensive dishes. This, Teacher Jean, let's order something light. When Zhao Ying heard about lobsters, abalones, and sea cucumber, her head was about to explode. What is this Jean Gang doing? He's really shameless to treat others. Chapter 73. It's cold today. Why are we eating something light? Jean Gang finally had a chance to eat a big meal. Of course, he wouldn't let it go. It's okay, Miss Zhao. You eat something light. Teacher Jean and I will eat seafood. Yang Ming also smiled and agreed. When Jean Gang heard Yang Ming say so, he felt a little more confident. The dishes that he just ordered were all a few thousand yuan. He was afraid that Yang Ming couldn't afford it. If he objected, he would lose face. Zhao Ying on the side saw Yang Ming's confident look. She had no choice but to agree. She just prayed that Yang Ming didn't bring no money. Otherwise, she could only be sent here as a waiter. What drinks would you like to order? The waiter asked after taking down the menu. Drinks. And there are ladies here today. How about red wine? Jean Gang looked at Yang Ming and suggested. In fact, he was asking for Yang Ming's opinion. After all, the person paying the bill was Yang Ming. But now, his expression and tone made it seem like he was the master. Well, Miss Zhao, you don't mind wine, right? Yang Ming smiled at Zhao Ying and said, how about we each drink a glass? So, Zhao Ying usually didn't drink, but it was rare that Yang Ming got good results today. She didn't want to be too disappointing. Besides, wine wasn't considered wine in many people's eyes. It was just a kind of drink. So she nodded and said, well, then drink less. Don't drink too much. Waiter, what kind of wine do you have here? Jean Gang asked. His tone was full, just like a big boss. The wine sold in our hotel is directly imported from the Raphael Manor. Currently, we have 82, 85, 90. Of course, there is also the wine produced by the Raphael Manor in Yantai. The price is slightly lower. Which one do you want, sir? Asked the waiter. It should be imported in 1982. Jean Gang had heard that the older the wine was, the better it tasted. Now that he had the opportunity to taste it, of course, he wouldn't let it go. He didn't know how much a bottle of this wine would cost, so he never dreamed that he would have to pay such a high price. Yang Ming didn't know much about this, so when he heard Jean Gang's order, he didn't have much of a reaction. He just nodded. If he knew that this wine was very expensive, he would definitely hesitate. Although he was messing with Jean Gang this time, he didn't want to push Jean Gang into a desperate situation. Yes, sir. The waiter was happy to hear that. In this kind of big hotel, the waiter would get a commission for selling high-end wine. This bottle of wine was worth 48,000 yuan. Just the commission alone was 480 yuan. How refreshing. After a while, the dishes were served on the table, and the bottle of top-grade red wine was also served. The waiter carefully opened the bottle and poured a glass for each of them. Everyone eat. Don't be shy. Jean Gang saw that the dishes were served and quickly said, if it's not enough, we can ask for more. That look of his was really asking for a beating. Yang Ming said in his heart, if I don't let you pay the bill later, then I'm sorry for your performance today. Miss Zhao, you eat. Yang Ming said with a smile. Oh, okay. Zhao Ying faced a table full of delicacies, but she didn't have any appetite. She was worried about Yang Ming. How about she eat well? Come, Yang Ming. I heard that you got a good result today. Let's have a toast first. Jean Gang couldn't wait to taste the 1982 red wine, but it wasn't good for him to drink first if others didn't drink. He had to find an excuse to drink. Okay, cheers. Miss Zhao, how about you? Yang Ming said as he raised the wine glass in his hand. Zhao Ying had no choice but to follow them and raise her glass. She gently clinked her glass and took a small sip. Yang Ming and Jean Gang each took a big sip. Not bad. Yang Ming thought, no wonder so many rich people like to drink this thing. The taste is much better than those inferior wines. Putting down the wine glass, Yang Ming started to eat the delicacies on the table. It would be a waste not to eat, and he couldn't take it away. In the blink of an eye, A bottle of red wine was divided between Yang Ming and Jean Gang. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to ask for a bottle, but because Zhao Ying was there, he decided not to. But just his thoughts saved Jean Gang a lot of money. Would Jean Gang thank Yang Ming? Jean Gang also drank sweetly, but seeing that Yang Ming didn't ask for another bottle, he couldn't ask for another bottle. After a while, the dishes on the table were almost finished. Yang Ming took a deep breath. Even if you want to act, you have to be more realistic, right? Half a minute later, Yang Ming breathed out. His face was red as if he was drunk. Miss Zhao, the improvement of my grades is thanks to you. I was going to buy a gift for you. Yang Ming pretended to be casual and said, "Oh yeah, Miss Zhao, you like Hello Kitty, right?" "And how did you know?" Zhao Ying asked curiously. She didn't tell him before. Teacher Jean told me on the field just now." Yang Ming laughed. Jean Gang thought that Yang Ming was giving him a chance to please her again. He quickly said, "Yeah, I told him." "Yeah, Teacher Jean also said that you like the pink Hello Kitty." Yang Ming continued. "Pink?" Zhao Ying frowned. "What does that mean?" "It's true that I like pink, but it's only limited to underwear." "How did Jean Gang know?" "Yeah, just now when I passed by Ms. Zhao's office window on the field, I coincidentally bumped into Teacher Jean. He was standing under your office window," Yang Ming said seriously. "Then we chatted for a while." After Zhao Ying heard it, she frowned more and more. Her face was getting worse and worse. "My office is on the first floor and can be seen from the field. But when I change my clothes, I already closed the curtains. Is there a small gap?" Jean Gang actually peeked at me? Or else what did he mean by the pink Hello Kitty? I thought that Jean Gang was just thick-skinned, but I didn't expect him to be so dirty. Thinking of this, Zhao Ying was so angry that her face turned green. She felt that she actually sat at the same table with such a pervert and ate for such a long time. It was disgusting just thinking about it. Jean Gang saw that Zhao Ying's expression wasn't right. He was a bit confused, but he didn't expect that he had already angered Zhao Ying. Chapter 74. Zhao Ying, if you like that, I'll buy more for you someday. But to be honest, pink is not as good as yellow. Jean Gang said with a smile. Of course, he was referring to the plush toys. But in Zhao Ying's ears, these words had a different meaning, and his smile became a perverted smile, peeping at him and even commenting on his appearance. Zhao Ying couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and gave Jean Gang a tight slap. "Pervert! Yang Ming, let's go." As she said that, the angry Zhao Ying pulled the happy but confused Yang Ming towards the entrance of the hotel. The frequency of a woman slapping a man was quite high in the hotel, so the waiters were already used to it. No one stopped Zhao Ying and Yang Ming. Anyway, Jean Gang was still sitting there, so there was no need to worry about no one paying the bill. As for Jean Gang, he still didn't know what he did to offend Zhao Ying. He covered his red face and watched Zhao Ying and Yang Ming leave with an innocent expression. Then, he realized that Yang Ming hadn't paid the bill yet. "Fuck, what the hell is this?" Jean Gang complained in his heart. Looking at the table full of leftovers, how much did it cost? Jean Gang subconsciously touched his wallet. "No, this is Yang Ming's treat. Why should I pay the bill?" Thinking of this, Jean Gang ran towards the entrance. But when he reached the entrance, he was stopped by the waitress just now. "Sir, you haven't paid the bill yet. I'm going to chase that person and come back to pay the bill," Jean Gang said with sweat all over his forehead. "Chase, if you leave and don't come back, who are we going to look for to collect the bill?" Of course, the waiter couldn't agree to Jean Gang leaving. It's true. I'm not lying to you. I'm not the one who's treating. It's that student," Jean Gang explained. "Acting. You're quite good at acting. Aren't you treating? Who would believe that? Among the three of you, you're the best at managing things. A student's treat? You don't even know how to make up lies. I think you probably failed to pick up a girl and didn't want to spend the money, right?" The waiter despised Jean Gang in his heart. "I don't care what relationship you have with them, but if you don't pay up, we won't let you leave," the waiter said coldly. "But Jean Gang was about to say something when he saw a few security guards walking over. Although he practiced sports, he couldn't handle being ganged up on by others. In desperation, Jean Gang had no choice but to say, "All right, I'll pay." "How much?" Jean Gang could only deal with the situation in front of him and wait for an opportunity to ask Yang Ming for the money back. But Jean Gang still didn't understand why Zhao Ying was so angry. The total is 51,721 yuan. After removing the round number, it's 51,700. The waiter said, 51,700. What? 50,000? Jean Gang was stunned. Are you kidding me? Did you count wrongly? No, sir. It's really 51,700. The waiter said with certainty. Impossible. This is a black restaurant. Why is it so expensive? Jean Gang said angrily. When I was ordering, I looked at it. Although the lobster and abalone are expensive, it's only a little more than 1,000 yuan. These dishes only add up to 3,000 yuan. How did you calculate it? Do you think I'm a fool who doesn't know the price? As a matter of fact, 50,000 yuan was a huge amount of money for Jean Gang. His monthly salary was only a little more than 1,000 yuan. Adding the money that his family gave him, he only had a little more than 3,000 yuan in his pocket. The reason why he was willing to pay the bill first was because he already calculated that he had enough money in his pocket. Sir, this is your bill. Look at it yourself. You ordered a Jean of sea cucumber, 3 lobsters, 3 sets of shark fin rice, 3 sets of abalone and sauce, 1 set of special cold dish, 1 set of dried tofu, 1 set of tinfoil spare ribs, 1 set of braised tofu, and 1 set of Sichuan bamboo shoots. The total is 3,721. That's right. Isn't it only 3,000? Why do you charge me 50,000 yuan? You're bullying the customer. Jean Gang frowned and asked, Be careful. I'll complain to the Consumer Association. Sir, don't be agitated. Listen to my explanation. I haven't finished yet. These are the dishes that you ordered. You also ordered a bottle of 1982 Raphael red wine, which is 48,000 yuan. So the total is 51,721 yuan. Minus 21 yuan, it's 51,700 yuan. The waitress tried to maintain a smile as she explained to Jean Gang, although she despised this man in her heart. What? A bottle of wine costs 48,000? Jean Gang opened his eyes wide and looked at the bill in his hand in disbelief. That's right. The Raphael Manor is the best of the best, especially the 1982 Raphael Manor. It's the best of the best. The waitress explained. A bottle of wine? Damn, it's more expensive than drugs. Jean Gang scolded with a bitter face. It's so expensive. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Sir, you ordered it yourself. I thought you knew about it. The waitress said helplessly. I knew. How could I know? If you didn't tell me, how would I know? Jean Gang shouted. What kind of reason is that? Of course, you should have reported the price first. You are cheating the consumer. Sir, the price is written on the menu. Didn't you look at the menu yourself? The waitress was very angry. This man is too disgusting. No wonder he was slapped by a woman. It would be strange if a man like him could chase a beauty. This, Jean Gang didn't know how to refute. This kind of thing, even if he went to court, he wouldn't win. Wait, let me make a call first. Jean Gang thought about it and decided to call Zhao Ying to see if he could find Yang Ming to settle the bill. Call. So, under the waitress's supervision, Jean Gang dialed Zhao Ying's cell phone. But he didn't expect to be rejected after 2 rings. He called again, but it was still rejected. Damn! Jean Gang scolded in his heart. Looking at the few security guards in front of him, Jean Gang didn't doubt that these people would beat him up and send him to the police station. In desperation, Jean Gang had no choice but to call a few of his disreputable friends. Chapter 75. Hello, is this Xiao Chao? I am Jean Gang. Jean Gang answered the phone and quickly said, Jean Gang, what's the matter? Xiao Chao's side was noisy. Obviously, he was either in a bar or a disco. This Xiao Chao was Jean Gang's former classmate. He later dropped out of school and entered the underworld. Currently, he was a security guard at a brothel in front of the Sports Institute. To put it bluntly, he was a security guard. Xiao Chao, do you have 50,000 yuan on hand? Can you lend it to me? Jean Gang thought about it and said, 50,000? Jean Gang, why do you need so much money? Look at the time. Where can I get 50,000 yuan for you? Xiao Qiao was in a dilemma. Although he was a small boss, it was still difficult for him to take out 50,000 yuan at once. Xiao Qiao, help me. Just treat it as helping a brother. I will return it to you when the bank opens tomorrow. Jean Gang said helplessly. His own salary card was at home. He usually didn't bring it out. Otherwise, he could swipe it. Okay, I will try. I will lend it to you at the bar. But you have to promise me that you will return it tomorrow. Otherwise, it won't be good for me in the middle. Xiao Qiao hesitated and said. Jean Gang was his good brother. Xiao Qiao had no choice but to help him. No problem. I will make it up to you tomorrow. I am at Earthly Paradise now. Come and find me when you get the money. Jean Gang said with a sigh of relief. Earthly Paradise? Don't tell me you can't pay after finding a girl. I heard that the girls there are the best. How is it? Does it feel good? Xiao Qiao laughed. Jean Gang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What girl? Is there a 50,000 yuan girl? Let's talk about it when you come. Hurry up. Okay, wait for me. I will get the money for you now, Xiao Qiao said and hung up the phone. At this moment, Jean Gang was full of discomfort. He kept looking at his watch. He kept saying in his heart, Xiao Qiao, come quickly. Because he was stared at by the waiter like a thief, he felt very uncomfortable. Half an hour later, a young man with green hair walked in. Jean Gang saw him from afar and quickly shouted, Little Qiao, I'm here. The green-haired youth called Xiao. Qiao heard Jean Gang's voice and hurried over. Jean Gang, what's going on? I'll explain to you later. Where's the money? Jean Gang anxiously asked. Here. Xiao Qiao threw a black plastic bag on the bar counter next to Jean Gang. Fuck. In order to get money for you, I borrowed all the money that those ladies earned from receiving customers. When the waiter heard Xiao Qiao's words, he looked at Jean Gang with disdain. It turned out that he was a pauper. He didn't have money, and yet he pretended to be rich to flirt with beautiful girls. King Kong acted as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He quickly opened the black plastic bag and took out 5 stacks of banknotes. He handed them to the waiter next to him. Then, he took out his wallet, counted $1,700 bills, and handed them over. The waiter handed the money to the cashier. After counting it, he asked Jean Gang, Do you want a receipt? Yes. Maybe I can even win a prize. Jean Gang gritted his teeth and said. The waiter pulled out the receipt and gave it to Jean Gang. Jean Gang and Xiao Qiao both started to scrape. Maybe it was because Jean Gang's character was too bad. There were more than 100 invoices. The largest denomination was 500, but none of them won a prize. Jean Gang, what's going on? 50,000 yuan for a meal? Were you cheated? Outside the restaurant, Xiao Qiao looked at the depressed Jean Gang and asked, Don't mention it. A bottle of wine is fucking 48,000. Jean Gang shook his head. It's fucking expensive. I've never seen such expensive wine. What wine? 48,000? Isn't this cheating? Xiao Qiao frowned. Do you need to find a few brothers to talk to him? This is heavenly earth. Do you dare to behave atrociously here? Jean Gang rolled his eyes and said, It's called Raphael Manor's 1982 grape wine. Raphael Manor? It's 1982? Fuck. Brother, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Xiao Qiao sighed. In our bar, the price of the 88-year-old ones is 40,000 yuan. Yours isn't expensive. Xiao Qiao was just talking. He didn't dare to find trouble with the Heavenly Earth Society. What am I enjoying? Do you think I came here to enjoy myself? It's someone else's treat. I followed along. Jean Gang said angrily. Someone else's treat? Then why did you pay the bill? Xiao Qiao asked. What? It's like this. So, Jean Gang told Xiao Qiao what happened. You said that the student had a grudge with you? Xiao Qiao asked suspiciously. Yeah, but didn't I say that he expressed goodwill to me later? Jean Gang said. Fuck, you've been tricked. Xiao Qiao scolded after hearing that. Show goodwill? From the beginning to the end, he did it deliberately. I was tricked? How could it be? Zhao Ying isn't that kind of person. Jean Gang shook his head in doubt. Don't you understand? It was the student who tricked you. Xiao Qiao said. You're an adult, but you don't have any social experience. It's obvious that the student said something vaguely that made Zhao Ing misunderstand. Fuck his mother. I was wondering. I felt that this kid wasn't honest. How could a student treat at such a good place? Jean Gang scolded. You should have thought of it earlier. A student who rides a 28-year-old bicycle to school. What kind of money can he have? Xiao Xiao complained. Isn't that so? It's all my fault. Why can't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it? Jean Gang complained to himself and held his head. Forget it. Don't blame yourself. Wait for me to bring my 2 brothers to catch that little bastard. No matter what, we'll make him pay for it. Xiao Xiao said. Okay, that's it. Today is the weekend. How about Monday night? Come to our school. Let's go together. Jean Gang nodded. Yang Ming, you dare to trick me. See if I don't kill you this time. Last time, Jean Gang didn't dare to show up. But this time, Jean Gang suffered such a big loss. He decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. If anything happens, his uncle will take care of it. Chapter 76. Sistering. Why did you hit him? Yang Ming pretended not to know anything and asked strangely. Zhao Ying really didn't know how to explain to Yang Ming. Could she say that Jean Gang peeked at her? She was too embarrassed to say it, and even more embarrassed to tell Yang Ming, so she changed the topic. Let's not talk about this first. Oh yeah, Yang Ming, why did you invite me to such an expensive place for a meal? Did you win the lottery or something? A meal here costs a few thousand. Isn't there someone paying for us? Yang Ming smiled slyly. Zhao Ying would understand this sooner or later, so Yang Ming just admitted it himself. Actually, when he was ordering just now, Yang Ming's heart was very uncertain. He was betting that Zhao Ying, this pure little girl, would definitely be angry later. After she was angry, she would definitely take him away from the table. In this way, only Jean Gang, that idiot, would be left there waiting to pay the bill. Of course, Yang Ming still had a backup plan. If in the end he really didn't achieve the result that he expected, Yang Ming could only call Wang Jitao. Didn't this guy always want to invite me to a meal? Then I'll give him a chance to pay the bill. Yang Ming believed that a person like Wang Jitao, who was so pretentious, it was impossible that he wouldn't come. After he came, it was impossible that he wouldn't pay the bill. For a person like Wang Jitao, if he didn't use this opportunity, when would he? Sooner or later, he would fall out with him. You mean Jean Gang? Zhao Ying was stunned. Oh yeah, he's still in the hotel. Yang Ming, do you think we should go back and pay the bill first? I don't know if Jean Gang brought that much money. We're all colleagues, so it's not too good, right? Go back? Come on, Sister Ying. I only have 200 yuan on me. Do you have the money to pay the bill? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Zhao Ying was so kind. She still wanted to pay the bill for Jean Gang. Then you still want a treat. Zhao Ying looked at Yang Ming blankly. She suddenly thought of something and said, So, you didn't plan to pay the bill from the beginning? Smart. Yang Ming nodded. Sister Ying, you are too weak. Jean Gang obviously have no good intentions towards you. If it was really a handsome and good man like me, I would be relieved to marry you off, but that guy is simply a fighter jet among idiots, a VIP among idiots. What are you talking about? You are not related to me. Why would you marry me off? Zhao Ying looked at Yang Ming and smiled shyly. Jean Gang is not as bad as you said, right? He is just a little impetuous. Impetuous? That guy is bad. For example, the 2 robbers we met last time. I thought about it carefully. Those 2 people might have been hired by Jean Gang. Yang Ming already knew, but he couldn't say it directly. He could only vaguely say that he thought of it later. You saw it too. Zhao Ying was very surprised after hearing it. She had already thought of something that night. Hey, you see, you already knew that the guy wasn't a good person. He wasn't strong enough, but he still wanted to play the hero, saving the beauty. After Yang Ming finished, he smiled proudly. We are the real hero, saving the beauty. Isn't that right, Sister Ying? And Zhao Ying blushed. You are so annoying. When a woman says annoying to a man, it usually means 2 different things. The first is that the woman really hates the man. The second is that lovers are flirting. Even if the 2 are not lovers, their relationship must be very ambiguous. The important feature to distinguish the 2 is that in the first case, the woman's face is often full of disgust. In the second case, the woman's face is often red. Zhao Ying is obviously the second case. Yang Ming looked at the shy Zhao Ying in front of him. He couldn't help but be moved. Yang Ming is different from Wang Jitao and Jin Gang, who are silent on the outside. He is a man of action. He does what he thinks. The beautiful girl in front of him made Yang Ming's breath become rapid. Yang Ming looked around and saw that there was no one around. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He reached out and grabbed Zhao Ying's soft hand. He stared into Zhao Ying's eyes and said, Ying, you are so beautiful. Zhao Ying had already realized that Yang Ming was not right. However, the ambiguous atmosphere in front of her made Zhao Ying's heart beat fast. The man in front of her, excluding his age and identity, really made Zhao Ying feel very intoxicated. The sense of security when she was with him came from the bottom of her heart. However, Zhao Ying was older. When she heard Yang Ming say, Ying, and saw Yang Ming's deep eyes, Zhao Ying knew that something was going to happen. One of them was a teacher, and the other was a student. From an ethical point of view, Zhao Ying couldn't accept it. She knew that the two of them couldn't go on like this. It wasn't good for anyone. Yang Ming, you're still joking with Sister Ying. Zhao Ying suddenly laughed and said, You have no respect for your elders. Yang Ming heard Zhao Ying's and was slightly stunned. Then, he shook his head awkwardly. Yes. Is Zhao Ying's relationship to me really just a relationship between a teacher and a sister? Yang Ming was a little disappointed. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Do you think this is a YY novel? You still want to flirt with a teacher. You really overestimate yourself. Zhao Ying also saw Yang Ming's disappointed look. Yang Ming didn't feel good. She also didn't feel good. When Zhao Ying said the sentence, You have no respect for your elders, Zhao Ying only felt that her heart was like a glass bottle that fell from a high place and fell into pieces. Did I really fall in love with the boy in front of me? Zhao Ying was in disbelief. However, the feeling of her heart being broken was deeply engraved in Zhao Ying's heart. With the scene just now, Yang Ming and Zhao Ying's mood wasn't very high. They stopped a taxi. Yang Ming first let Zhao Ying go and then went home by himself. Originally, Zhao Ying wanted to ask Yang Ming how he knew about Hello Kitty, but now she had no interest. It saved Yang Ming the explanation. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to say that he accidentally saw it when he went to Zhao Ying's house last time. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 77. After returning home, Yang Ming's parents were watching TV in the living room. Seeing Yang Ming's expression, Yang's father thought that the results of the joint examination were out. Yang Ming didn't do well, so he quickly comforted him. Big Ming, what's wrong? Why are you so sad? In the past, when Yang Ming came back from the exam, even if he did badly, he had no expression on his face. Now that Yang Ming had such an expression, it showed that he really worked hard, because only when there was hope, there would be disappointment. This showed that Yang Ming put in a lot of effort. So, even if Yang Ming didn't do well, Yang's father was very pleased. I'm fine. Yang Ming shook his head. Yang Ming couldn't tell his parents about Zhao Ying's matter. Big Ming, is the result out? It doesn't matter if you didn't do well, as long as you tried your best. Mother Yang also saw that Yang Ming wasn't right. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. As Yang Ming said this, he took out the report card from his bag and handed it to his parents. The result is out. Look at it yourself. I feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe I caught a cold. I want to go back to my room to sleep. Don't disturb me. After that, Yang Ming quickly walked back to his room and closed the door. He threw his bag and lay on the bed. Yang Ming knew that this might be the last time he was alone with Zhao Ying. From tomorrow onwards, the relationship between the two of them would never be the same as before. Yang's father took the report card. He habitually started to look for Yang Ming's name from the last place. After looking for more than half of it, he still didn't see it. He couldn't help but have some doubts. Did I miss it? Let me see. Mother Yang grabbed the report card. Mother Yang pointed at the report card and exclaimed, What's wrong? Why are you shouting? Yang's father was confused. Big Ming, he first place. Mother Yang pointed at the report card and said in horror, "What first place? Is it the last place again? It's not right. I just saw that the last place wasn't Big Ming." Yang's father asked strangely, "What last place?" Big Ming got first place in the class, ninth place in the school year. Mother Yang said as she stared at Yang's father. "Is it true? Let me see." Yang's father immediately moved his head. "Stay away from me. Your stubble is pricking me to death." Mother Yang wasn't happy, but she still moved the report card towards Father Yang. Heavens, is this the Great Ming Dynasty? Father Yang looked at the first name and asked, "What do you mean? You can't even tell your own son's name?" "You said Big Ming got his act together?" Yang's father asked. "It's possible. You remember Big Ming and his classmate, Chen Mingyan. I guess Big Ming got his act together because of her." Mother Yang guessed. "Didn't you know about the phone call a few days ago? But this time we shouldn't interfere. Besides, Big Ming will be a college student after the college entrance examination. We can't do anything about it." Yang's father said. "Who's interfering? You should change your temper." Mother Yang said. "Aren't I much better now?" Yang's father laughed. Yang Ming slept in a daze for a night. When he woke up in the morning, his mood was much better. However, Yang Ming didn't intend to give up. There were so many opportunities. Who could say what would happen in the future? "Big Ming, wake up. Didn't we agree to go to the computer city today to buy a computer?" Yesterday, Yang Ming's results made Yang's father more determined to buy a computer for Yang Ming. Yang Dehai felt that he could stand up straight in the factory in the future. At his age, the most common topic among colleagues was children. The child of the Zhang family won the physics competition, and the child of the Li family was admitted to college. Every time this happened, Yang Dehai rarely interrupted because Yang Ming's results were really unspeakable. "Got it, Dad. I'll get up right away." As Yang Ming said this, he got up from the bed. He didn't have the depressed expression he had yesterday. "Hee, how is it? Are you feeling better? Do you need to take medicine?" Yang's father also thought that Yang Ming was really sick. Otherwise, how could he be so depressed with such good results? "I'm fine. I just caught a cold." Yang Ming shook his head. He quickly put on his clothes and ran to the bathroom. Today was the weekend. Yang Dehai prepared 5,000 yuan early and was ready to take Yang Ming to buy a computer. After breakfast, Yang Dehai and Yang Ming went out. Because they had money in their pockets, the father and son directly called a taxi. "Hey, brother Yang Ming, it's you." The taxi driver looked up and saw Yang Ming. He said with some joy, "Brother Kuan, what a coincidence." Yang Ming also smiled. It turned out that the taxi driver was actually Sun Kuan. "Big Ming, do you know each other?" Yang's father asked curiously. "Hee, this is uncle, right? My name is Sun Kuan. I picked up Yang Ming and sister-in-law that day. My brother and I hit it off very well. We are friends." Sun Kuan introduced himself. "Sister-in-law?" Yang's father widened his eyes and looked at Yang Ming incredulously. "Huh?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Sun Kuan to mention this. He was a little embarrassed. He just classmates." "Oh." Yang's father nodded. He naturally thought it was Chun Mingyan, so he didn't say much. He remembered Mother Yang's words. He didn't dare to give Yang Ming any pressure at this time. Sun Kuan also realized that Yang Ming was just a student. He smiled embarrassedly. "Where are you going?" "Right, Brother Kuan. I want to buy a computer. Do you know where is better?" Yang Ming asked. "If you want to buy a computer, Zhongbai Computer City is good. It's newly opened. The price is more reasonable." Sun Kuan said, "There are more manufacturers with more brands. The quality is guaranteed. If you want to buy a branded computer, go to Zhongbai Computer City. If you want to install your own computer, go to Old 3 Good Computer City. The parts are cheaper there." "Brother Sun, you know a lot." Yang Ming praised. "Hey, you're always pulling customers." "I heard it from the customers." Sun Kuan smiled. "If I want to buy a branded computer, then go to Zhongbai Computer City." Yang Ming was a computer illiterate. He didn't know anything about hardware. If he was asked to assemble it himself, he couldn't do it. It was better to buy a branded computer. He couldn't be cheated, and there was a guarantee of after-sale service. Chapter 78. The car fare from Yang Ming's house to Zhongbai Computer City was 12 yuan, but Sun Kuan only charged 10 yuan. Yang Ming didn't insist. After all, it wouldn't look good for two men to push each other for a long time because of 2 yuan. Zhongbai Computer City was a national chain IT store. It hadn't been long since it entered Songjiang, only a month. But because of the good geographical location, it was near Songjiang Industry University, so the business was quite good. After entering the store, Yang Ming directly ignored the Japanese and American products and went to the domestic counter. "Big Ming, don't you want to buy imported from Japan?" asked Yang's father. "No, I support domestic products and boycott Japanese products." Yang Ming shook his head. It was difficult for his father's generation to understand his generation's view of Japanese products. Yang's father didn't care. Yang Ming would buy whatever he wanted. Domestic products were cheaper. Yang Ming came to the Shenzhou computer store. He had heard of this brand long ago. It was a domestic product for civilians, and it was most suitable for students to buy. The key was that the boss of this company had a good character and a good reputation. "Student, do you want to buy a computer?" A salesgirl smiled and asked Yang Ming. Like Yang Ming, who came with his parents, most of them brought money, so the salesgirl was particularly enthusiastic. "Yeah, what are the prices?" asked Yang Ming. "What are you going to use them for?" "First, tell me your purpose. I will recommend a few models for you," asked the salesgirl. I am going online to search for information, chat, watch movies, and play games after the college entrance examination." Yang Ming thought about it and said, "Have you decided to buy a desktop or a laptop? But you are a senior in high school. When you go to university, you will need a computer in the dormitory, so I suggest you buy a laptop. It is more convenient to carry around." The salesgirl said, "According to your requirements, a normal computer can be satisfied. I recommend a few popular ones now. You can choose by yourself." Yang Ming thought about it and agreed. It would be more convenient to just buy a laptop. So he said, "Then a laptop. Oh yeah, you must bring a DVD drive." Yang Ming thought of those lip-reading CDs, so he specifically added this requirement. "You don't have to worry about this. Laptops generally have a CD-ROM drive." The shop assistant pointed out a few laptops for Yang Ming to see and introduced the configuration to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't quite understand. After a long time, he decided to buy a model that was 4,399 yuan. It looked good, and the configuration was enough. Low-priced laptops generally had a clear price tag, and there was no need to bargain. The shop assistant gave Yang Ming a backpack, a mouse, and some software. After returning home, Yang Ming began to work on the notebook. Yang's father called the Netcom company and made an appointment to install the broadband. Perhaps it was because of the competition with the telecommunications company. The staff arrived in the afternoon after the appointment was made at noon. They helped Yang Ming connect the modem with ease, and Yang Ming could go online. Yang Ming first downloaded a QQ software. Then after installing it, he logged into his QQ number. Yang Ming used to apply for a QQ number when he was in the internet cafe. It was a 7-digit number. Even now, it could still be sold for dozens of yuan. Yang Ming hadn't logged into QQ for a long time. There were a lot of system messages as soon as he went online. Yang Ming's online name was "There's no true love in this world." This was applied after Suya transferred to another school. At that time, he was unhappy, so he used such a name. Later, he didn't change it. But a lot of little sluts saw this online name and thought that Yang Ming specialized in one-night stands, so people kept adding him. There were even rich women who directly asked Yang Ming how much it was for a night after adding him. Yang Ming looked at the system message. As long as it didn't say what it was, he directly refused. Only one was sent by Zhang Bin, and Yang Ming authenticated it. "True love, long time no see." A message was sent. It was sent by a woman named "I'm a Big Star." Saying that she was a woman was just the gender in QQ. In this era where transvestites were everywhere, who knew if the real person was a man or a woman? I told you 10,000 times. Lousy is not true love. Lousy is called "there's no true love." Yang Ming sent an angry emoji. "I'm a Big Star" sent a smiley emoji. "Hee hee. Why are you online at this time?" "I just bought a computer, so I can go online at home." Yang Ming replied, "Oh, okay, let's not talk. My agent is calling me." I have to attend a product launch for endorsement. I'm a big star, said. Yang Ming sent a goodbye profile picture. Huh, this chick really thinks she's a star. Yang Ming shook his head. Obviously, he didn't believe what "I'm a big star" said. But the internet? It was both true and false. Yang Ming didn't refute it. Speaking of which, on QQ, Yang Ming chatted with "I'm a big star" the most. This person was added by Yang Ming when he booked a room in an internet cafe. According to the other party, she was a big star. After closing QQ, Yang Ming went online for a while. He searched for information related to X-ray glasses, but most of the search results were X-ray mahjong and the like. There were also some infrared X-ray devices, but they were different from Yang Ming's glasses. Yang Ming was ready to take off his contact lenses to see if there was any information, such as a serial number, so that he could search for it in the search engine. Until now, Yang Ming hadn't taken off his glasses for more than a month. However, when Yang Ming was ready to take off his contact lenses in the mirror, he was surprised to find that there was no contact lens in his eyes. In other words, he didn't know when it started, but the glasses had merged with his body. After learning this news, Yang Ming didn't know whether to be happy or afraid. He was happy because he didn't have to worry about the glasses accidentally falling off or being stolen. He was afraid that if the glasses entered his body, would there be any side effects? It was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. After such a long time, Yang Ming didn't feel any discomfort, so Yang Ming was only a little worried. He was more surprised. Then, now, is it equivalent to having a special ability? Thinking of this, Yang Ming searched for information about X-ray vision, but this time he found a lot. Chapter 79. In the history of China and the history of the world, there were a few strange people who had the ability to see through things. Some of them were born with this ability, while some were acquired through training. However, there was one thing that was unique, and that was that these people had more or less experienced some kind of lucky coincidence. There were even some sects that specially trained this ability. They called the ability to see through things as the opening of the heavenly eye. It was said that those who mastered it could see through the mysteries of the heavens and see through reincarnation. Of course, these were all unofficial histories or just legends. In today's society, there was no such person who had such a special ability. Yang Ming was definitely an exception. Yang Ming did not expect to find any useful information on the internet. After all, his situation was too strange. His special ability originated from a pair of contact lenses, but it seemed that this pair of contact lenses had fused with his body. Was this considered as using advanced technology, or did he possess a special ability? Yang Ming was very confused. However, there was one thing that he could be sure of. At least for now, this pair of contact lenses not only had the ability to see through things and see through things, but it should also have the ability to peek into other people's thoughts. However, as for how to operate it, Yang Ming did not understand. Or was there a defect in the lenses? Or was this pair of contact lenses just like in those YY novels and could be continuously upgraded? Sigh. Really, that old man did not give me a manual. How am I supposed to study it? Since he could not figure it out, Yang Ming decided not to think about him for now. There were more important things waiting for Yang Ming to do. Yang Ming found the CD of the lip-reading tutorial and inserted it into the computer. After the CD started automatically, Yang Ming clicked on the next step and entered the teaching interface. Video teaching was different from books. Originally, there were some things that he did not understand, but Yang Ming could find the answers in the video. After more than an hour, Yang Ming could actually understand simple lip reading. Except for some obscure words, Yang Ming was able to understand the daily conversation. Yang Ming felt that he had learned enough, so he wanted to find an opportunity to practice. But now, it was impossible to have such an opportunity at home. After thinking about it, Yang Ming turned on the TV, changed the channel, and turned the volume to the lowest. He sat on the sofa and started reading. This was a classic film from the end of the 70s called The Younger Generation. It was about the love story of young people in that era. In the beginning, Yang Ming could not follow the mouths of the actors on TV, but gradually, Yang Ming's speed was exactly the same as on TV. Yang Ming could understand every word they said. Of course, he could not see the narration. At first, Yang Ming was just experimenting, but gradually, Yang Ming felt that this movie was quite interesting, and he unknowingly immersed himself in it. Big Ming, what are you doing? Why don't you turn up the volume on the TV? Mother Yang came out of the bedroom and saw Yang Ming sitting on the sofa and watching the silent TV. She asked strangely. Yang Ming was stunned and quickly said, Mom, I thought you and Dad were sleeping. I was afraid to disturb you, so I didn't turn on the volume. It's okay. Your dad is lying down and reading a book. You can watch your TV. It won't affect you. Mother Yang said. You're playing the younger generation? Yeah, Mom, what's wrong? Yang Ming took the remote control and turned up the volume. It's okay. When I was dating with your dad, the first movie we watched was this. Mother Yang smiled and shouted into the bedroom. Old Yang, come out and watch TV. Yang Ming smiled and suddenly thought of Chun Ming Yen. When can I watch a movie with her? In the evening, Yang Ming opened QQ again. In fact, Yang Ming didn't have anything to do. He just bought a computer, so he wanted to do something. DDDD. When Yang Ming went online, there was a message. I'm a big star, 1549. 05 True Feelings, are you still there? I'm a big star, 1549. 14 gone? Ignoring me? I'm a big star, 1549. 31 I really have something to do, just now. I am not lying to you. Message me when you are online. Yang Ming looked at the time of the message. It was left at 3 p.m. At that time, he was watching TV and didn't turn on his computer. So, Yang Ming replied to the message. There is no true feelings in this world, 2033. 44, I wasn't online in the afternoon. What's the matter? Not long after, I'm a big star replied. It turned out that this guy was invisible. I'm a big star, 2035. 18 true feelings, you are here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. There is no true feelings in this world, 2035. 37 big sister. I am not your only friend on QQ, right? You have been waiting for me for a long time? Yang Ming was helpless. Every time this, I am a big star, came online, she would always pester Yang Ming. Yang Ming even suspected that this chick was a dinosaur who wanted to hit on him. I am a big star, 2035. 57 yes, I am a friend. How is it? Do you feel honored? There is no true feelings in this world, 2036. 32, does that mean that your QQ account is only open for me? QQ and OO are similar. Yang Ming thought evilly. I'm a big star, 2036. 59, I said that you're my only friend on QQ. The others are people I know in real life. Originally, Yang Ming was still fantasizing. It turned out that he was the one who thought wrongly. I am a big star, 2037. 21, that's right, true feelings. Open my QQ and look at my profile picture. Do I look awesome? Yang Ming looked at the profile picture of I'm a big star. It had been changed to a non-mainstream picture of who knows what. Looks like. Yang Ming typed a word and sent it over. I'm a big star, 2039. 02 looks like. I'm a big star obviously didn't react. There's no true feelings in this world, 2039. 32 on, the original one was quite similar. I am a big star, 2040. 04 true feelings. You can go to hell. Yang Ming closed QQ and laughed until he was convulsing. Every time he went online to chat, he would joke with I am a big star. Early on Sunday morning, Chun Fei called Yang Ming. Uncle Chun, are you looking for me? Yang Ming yawned and ran to the living room to pick up the phone. Last night, he played on the computer until midnight. He hadn't woken up yet. Yang Ming, I have two news to tell you. One is about Fong Tian, and the other is about you. Chun Fei said. About me? Yang Ming was stunned. About me? Chapter 80. Yes, the person who framed you was caught. Chun Fei said, I can't explain it clearly over the phone. After half an hour, wait for me downstairs. Yang Ming immediately woke up. Is it Wang Jitao? Let's talk about it later, Chun Fei said and hung up the phone. After half an hour, Yang Ming saw Chun Fei's car at the entrance of the community. After getting in the car, Chun Fei asked, "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet, I just woke up." Yang Ming smiled embarrassedly. "Let's go. Let's find a place to eat something first." "I haven't eaten yet." Chun Fei parked the car in front of an old man's bun shop not far away. Chun Fei and Yang Ming ordered 4 buns and a bowl of porridge. They found a place to sit down and eat. The old man's bun shop was a chain of snacks. The business was very good. During breakfast, they had to share a table with others. "Uncle Chun, the thing you said," because it was related to him. Yang Ming was more anxious. "There are a lot of people here. Let's talk about it after we finish eating." Chun Fei looked around and then changed the topic. "Oh yeah, the joint examination results have been released, right? I heard that you did well in the exam." "It's okay. Uncle Chun, how did you know?" Yang Ming nodded and began to destroy the buns on the plate. "Uncle Chun has an informant." Chun Fei smiled. "Informant?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm not a gang leader. Isn't it a waste to have an informant around me?" "I'm just kidding. I have a relative in your number 4 high school. I saw the academic year list." Chun Fei said, "That's pretty good. 9th place in the academic year." "Of course, who do you think I am?" Yang Ming finished the last mouthful of porridge and wiped his mouth with a tissue. "You keep bragging." Chun Fei patted Yang Ming's head. "Let's go after we finish eating." After getting in the car, Chun Fei talked about the serious matter. "Yang Ming, the person who drugged you was caught. He's here to surrender." "Surrender?" "Uncle Chun, are you saying that Wang Jitao turned himself in?" Yang Ming asked. "It wasn't Wang Jitao. It was a waiter at the Heavenly World Hotel," Chun Fei said. "He took all the blame and confessed to the details of the crime." "But it's Wang Jitao, isn't it?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Uncle Chun, do you really believe that a waiter would frame me? I have no enmity with him, so why would he want to frame me?" "Yang Ming, this is not a matter of whether you believe me or not. Everything must be based on evidence. Now, all the evidence provided by this person who turned himself in can prove that he did it alone, and it's not that he didn't have a motive." Chun Fei said, "According to him, he used to be your junior high school classmate. He was beaten by you, so he had a grudge against you. That day when you went to the Heavenly World Hotel to drink, he saw you by chance and remembered the previous grievances. He had a sudden idea and put an aphrodisiac in your wine. Then, he simply kidnapped a woman on the street and let you play a rape game with her to frame you." Yang Ming listened to Chun Fei's words and was shocked. "What is going on? It's incredible." "Yang Ming, Wang Jitao is very smart. He made the right move. In this way, the case is closed. It won't be related to him in the future. Although I don't believe the waiter's words, the boss of the Heavenly World Hotel has put pressure on me to close the case as soon as possible." Chun Fei shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's good enough to have such a result." Yang Ming shook his head indifferently. As for Wang Jitao, he would find an opportunity to make him pay back what he owed him. "Yang Ming, it's good that you can think like this," Chun Fei said happily. "I thought you would not let it go." "Uncle Chun, I'm not a child anymore." Yang Ming smiled. "Right. How is Fong Tian's case?" "He was acquitted. Bureau Chief Wang has reported to the higher-ups. Some financial compensation will be given to Fong Tian." Chun Fei sighed. "Can you take me to see him?" Yang Ming nodded after listening. He knew that this was a historical issue. It had nothing to do with Bureau Chief Wang and Chun Fei. The mastermind of this matter had been sentenced. All right. Chun Fei started the car and arrived at an old-fashioned residential area after a few turns. This was probably the last shanty town in the city. Chun Fei parked the car on the side of the road and said, "Let's go down. This is a small road. The car can't go in." Yang Ming nodded and got off the car with Chun Fei. Wasn't Fong Tian a big boss in the past? Why is he living in such a shabby place? This was his old house before he got rich. After he got rich, he moved away. However, all of his assets were taken away by his wife, leaving only this old house behind, Chun Fei explained. Chun Fei said it simply, but Yang Ming could imagine the bloody storm in the past. When they came to the door of a small bungalow, Chun Fei knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened with a creak. Fong Tian was standing inside the door. "Old Master Fong, I brought someone to see you," Chun Fei said. Fong Tian nodded and didn't say anything. As he was about to turn around and enter the house, Yang Ming suddenly shouted, "Old Master Fong, don't you recognize me?" Just now, Fong Tian thought that Chun Fei brought someone from the police station to understand the situation, so he wasn't very enthusiastic. He didn't even look at him. When he heard Yang Ming's voice, Fong Tian suddenly turned around. When he saw Yang Ming, his eyes were slightly happy. "It's you. Come in and sit." Fong Tian already knew from Chun Fei that it was Yang Ming, who used to be in the same cell as him, who helped him out. That was why he was released, so he was very grateful to Yang Ming. Chun Fei smiled bitterly. "This is the gap. Every time I come, Fong Tian has an indifferent expression, but it's no wonder. Every time I come, I ask about some details of the past. How can he not be annoyed?" The house was very simple. Except for a table, a chair, and a bed, there was only a black and white TV. Because Chun Fei was present, Yang Ming didn't talk too much about other topics. This time, he just came to visit. He felt that Fong Tian was very pitiful. If there was a chance in the future, he would visit him more. When he left, Fong Tian told Yang Ming to visit often when he was free. However, after Yang Ming and Chun Fei walked away, Fong Tian's mouth showed a smile. He slightly turned a ring on his hand as if he had made a decision and nodded. If Yang Ming paid attention, he would find that when he was in the detention center, Fong Tian didn't have this ring on his hand. "Come to my place. Bring the things I left at your place as well." At this moment, Fong Tian's face didn't have the dull look just now. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of experienced light. 10 minutes later, another person appeared in Fong Tian's old house. If Yang Ming was present, he would find that this person was the godly thief, Dong Jun, who he met in the detention center. On Monday, Yang Ming came to school as usual. "Yang Ming, you bought a computer?" When Zhang Bin saw Yang Ming, he immediately asked, "Yeah, I just bought it the day before yesterday." Yang Ming had already left a message on Zhang Bin's QQ. Zhang Bin probably saw it when he went online yesterday. "How is it? How Fong League CS tonight?" Zhang Bin asked. "Forget it. There is still a month to the college entrance examination. I don't want my mom to see it and scold me." Yang Ming shook his head. Although Yang Ming didn't play games, it wouldn't affect his studies. If his father knew that he was using a newly bought computer to play games, he would be very disappointed. Hypocrite. First in class, 9th in the academic year. What are you worried about? Zhang Bin said disdainfully, right? "Do you want me to introduce you to a few sluts? Their figures are very good. You can video call them." "Really?" Yang Ming's QQ had a lot of sluts, but none of them were good. Other than ugly melons and crack dates, there were also dinosaur aunties. Last time at the internet cafe, Yang Ming and a girl called Pretty Girl video called. He didn't expect to almost scare Yang Ming to death. At that time, Yang Ming sent a message to Pretty Girl. "Get lost, I refuse to transvestite." Later, he found out that Pretty Girl wasn't a transvestite, but she looked too masculine. Of course it's true. Yesterday, I just connected with a girl in the same city online. She's in vocational high school, but she fucking showed me 3-point underwear and didn't continue to take it off. "I'll continue to work hard tonight," Zhang Bin said lewdly. "Give me the queue number." Yang Ming was halfway through his sentence when he heard a cough behind him. "Ahem. Yang Ming, what are you talking about?" Yang Ming turned his head and saw Chun Mingyin staring at him with a sullen face. "Ugh, I asked for Zhang Bin's QQ number." Yang Ming didn't know how much Chun Mingyin heard, so he said vaguely. Chapter 81. If Chun Mingyin didn't hear everything, then that was good. Yang Ming could say that he wanted Zhang Bin's QQ number. If Chun Mingyin heard everything, then he wasn't lying. Because asking for Zhang Bin's QQ number could be understood as asking for someone else's QQ number from Zhang Bin. "You want my QQ number to watch videos?" Chun Mingyin rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Zhang Bin realized that something wasn't right and quickly turned his head. In the end, he gave Yang Ming a take care look. How can I? I just bought the computer. I didn't even install a camera. Yang Ming said awkwardly. You look at others. Do you still need a camera? Chen Mingyan obviously wasn't that easy to fool. Mingyan, I want to look at you. What's there to look at for others? Yang Ming took out his shameless kung fu and directly used his trump card. Sure enough, Chen Mingyan was teased by him and her face turned red. You don't have to watch your mouth. Oh yeah, Mingyan, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming sat at the last table. Chen Mingyan came over. She must have something to talk to me about. Nothing. Chen Mingyan hesitated and shook her head. And Yang Ming was a bit inexplicable. He looked at Chen Mingyan's hesitation. Yang Ming asked curiously, what's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. Who are we? Actually, I want to ask you how you solved the last question on the math paper. Chen Mingyan didn't know how she said this sentence. What? Yang Ming was stunned. Chen Mingyan asked me a question? It couldn't be, right? In fact, Chen Mingyan didn't know what was wrong with her. Ever since she found out about Yang Ming's results, she felt happy for Yang Ming. But what followed was disappointment. Because Yang Ming's grades were already the best in class, there was no need for him to ask for her advice anymore. As a result, she had fewer chances to get along with Yang Ming. All of a sudden, Chen Mingyan felt empty in her heart, as if something was missing from her life. Although Chen Mingyan didn't admit that she had a good impression of Yang Ming, she liked the feeling of being with Yang Ming very much. So, after much consideration, Chen Mingyan found a seemingly reasonable excuse to ask Yang Ming for advice. She did not manage to answer the question that Chen Mingyan had just asked, but she had figured it out after that. Now, it was just an excuse for Yang Ming to ask. If Yang Ming knew her real purpose, wouldn't this guy be overjoyed? Mingyan, are you kidding me? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan in front of him and reached out to touch her forehead. You don't have a fever. What are you doing? Don't touch me. When Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's behavior, she was suddenly annoyed. I finally put down my face and took the initiative to look for him, but he treated me like this. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan felt wronged and angry. She snorted and turned back to her seat. She swore secretly that she would never talk to Yang Ming again. Chen Mingyan's behavior made Yang Ming very surprised. What's she doing? What happened? You pissed off the class bell? Zhang Bin turned his head and looked at Yang Ming ambiguously. What was she pissed off about? I didn't say anything, right? Yang Ming shook his head. Hey, I say, buddy, when it comes to learning, I admit that you are definitely a genius. After working hard for a month, you jumped from the bottom to the top. I am convinced. But when it comes to picking up girls, you can't do it. Zhang Bin winked at Yang Ming. How about it? Do you need me to analyze it for you? You? Can you do it? Yang Ming lowered his voice, but his eyes were staring at Chen Mingyan's direction. Looking down on me? You go and look at my QQ. How many girls are there? Then you will know if I am lying to you. Zhang Bin laughed. If you ask me, Chen Mingyan is definitely interested in you. Really? Yang Ming asked, but he was very happy in his heart. Of course. Do you think she really came to ask you questions? Zhang Bin asked mysteriously. I'm also wondering about this. Yang Ming nodded and signaled Zhang Bin to continue. That's it. Even you don't believe it. Zhang Bin continued. Even if she really didn't know, the reference answers were already sent last Friday. Do you think the study committee is so stupid that they can't even understand the reference answers? Yeah, this is the key to the problem. Yang Ming also thought of this, so he suspected that Chen Mingyan had a fever. Seeing Yang Ming nodding, Zhang Bin said proudly, Chen Mingyan is a girl. Do you think she is as thick-skinned as you? Of course. She has to find a good reason to get close to you. Yeah. Yang Ming understood immediately after Zhang Bin said that. Yang Ming felt strange just now. Chen Mingyan actually took the initiative to look for him. Moreover, when she heard that he and Zhang Bin were discussing the girls in the video, she was angry with him. All these signs showed that Chen Mingyan definitely cared about him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was very excited. It didn't mean that Chen Mingyan liked him, but at least she had a good impression of him. This was enough. Over time, the good impression would be upgraded to love over time. After the first class, Yang Ming, as usual, held a workbook in his hand and sat beside Chen Mingyan. The book in his hand was the latest trends in the college entrance examination that Chen Mingyan gave him. Mingyan, how do you solve this question? Yang Ming pointed at a physical energy question and asked, Why are you here? Do you still need to ask me for the first place? Chen Mingyan said in a bad mood. This little girl is still angry. Yang Ming smiled and said, What's wrong, Mingyan? Are you angry? Why would I be angry? Chen Mingyan didn't even look at Yang Ming. She continued to read the book. You're angry that I was discussing the QQ video with Zhang Bin. Yang Ming finished and secretly looked at Chen Mingyan's reaction. Who's angry because of that? Sure enough, Chen Mingyan didn't react in time and was swayed by Yang Ming. Then why? Yang Ming continued to ask. But Chen Mingyan had already changed her words. I said, I'm not angry. Okay, Mingyan, I know you're angry because of the question in the morning. Yang Ming shrugged and said, Actually, I got the first place this time purely by luck. In fact, my actual level is far worse than yours. What do you mean? Didn't Teacher Li already say that this is your real result? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with doubt. The unhappiness just now was all thrown to the back of her mind. It's true that this is my real result, but the day before the exam, I did a set of last year's joint exam questions. The questions on it were almost the same as this year's. So, I could get such a good result because of this. Teacher Li and the others are clear about it. Yang Ming repeated what he said in the office on Friday to Chen Mingyan. Really? Chen Mingyan asked with some doubt. But looking at her expression, she already believed Yang Ming's words. Don't you know my level? Although it improved a lot, it's impossible to get the first place. According to my results from last year's exam, I'm only at the 6th or 7th place. Yang Ming thought and said, This ranking was randomly made up by him. It couldn't be too far ahead or too far behind. So that's the case. Chen Mingyan nodded after listening. Indeed, if she thought about it carefully, Yang Ming's improvement was too strange. Yeah, so you actually asked me a question in the morning. How could I not be surprised? Yang Ming explained. Sorry I wronged you. Chen Mingyan said with some embarrassment. I thought you would ignore me after you got the first place. How could that be? My ranking was all because of you. Yang Ming scratched his head and said. Yang Ming's words made Chen Mingyan very happy. Because of the incident in the morning, Chen Mingyan was a little absent-minded in the class. Now, her whole person was a lot more relaxed. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan deliberately asked him in the morning, so he joked, Mingyan, which question are you asking me? Let me show you. You really think I don't know? I just want to test you. Chen Mingyan certainly couldn't admit her real purpose. Really? After listening to Chen Mingyan's words, Yang Ming was more sure of Zhang Bin's words. What are you laughing at? Chen Mingyan felt that Yang Ming's smile was too strange, making her have some cold sweat on her back. Nothing. Right, Mingyan, what's your QQ? Yang Ming also felt that his smile was very easy to be misunderstood, so he quickly changed the topic. Me? I usually don't go online. It's XXXXX. Chen Mingyan told Yang Ming her QQ number. Yang Ming wrote it down and then walked to his seat. Suddenly, Yang Ming felt that there seemed to be a sharp gaze looking at him from behind. When he turned his head, he didn't find any abnormality. Yang Ming looked at Wang Jitao. This guy was sitting in his seat and talking with the table in front of him. Chapter 82. If looks could kill, then Wang Jitao would have already killed Yang Ming. Wang Jitao didn't understand. Yang Ming was just a small character, and the rape case didn't do anything to Yang Ming. But why did the police keep an eye on this case? Under the situation where the police kept going to the earthly paradise to investigate, Wang Jitao was finally scared. He confessed his matter to his father, Wang Jitao. Wang Yunlong naturally scolded Wang Jitao, but his own son had to be taken care of. So, Wang Yunlong bribed a waiter with a lot of money to let him turn himself in. He also used his social connections to pressure the police to close the case as soon as possible. Although Wang Jitao didn't have any substantial loss, in his opinion, Yang Ming didn't only feel good for nothing, but he also didn't have anything to do with it. But he had to find someone to take the blame. This was undoubtedly equivalent to lifting a rock and smashing his own foot. Especially after the exam results were released, Wang Jitao lost another competitive advantage in front of Chun Mingyan. Except for his own family background, there was nothing that could be compared to Yang Ming. And what made Wang Jitao most uncomfortable was that Chun Mingyan didn't seem to be interested in his family background. In his opinion, women despise the poor and love the rich, but Chun Mingyan didn't like this. Wang Jitao gave Chun Mingyan gifts several times, but Chun Mingyan rejected them. So, Wang Jitao was really at his wit's end. At noon, Yang Ming went home as usual. After eating and returning to school, he met Li Dagong at the school gate. This guy was playing a guessing bowl game at a gambling stall. The so-called bowl guessing game was a game where 3 identical bowls were placed upside down on the table. Then, the operator would lift one of the bowls and cover a coin. Both hands would move the 3 bowls back and forth until the audience was dazzled. Then, the audience would be asked to guess which bowl the coin was in. 1 yuan per guess. If the guess was right, 10 yuan would be given. If the guess wasn't right, 1 yuan would cost 100 yuan, and Li Dagong was playing this game with relish. "De gang, why are you playing this game?" Yang Ming patted him from behind and frowned. This game was considered gambling in disguise. Li Dagong's family background wasn't very good. If he got into the bad habit of gambling, it would have a great impact on his life. "Hey, I'm just trying my luck." Seeing that it was Yang Ming, Li Dagong didn't mind. He didn't care. "Don't you know that 9 out of 10 gambling? Have you ever won?" Yang Ming glanced at the person at the gambling stall. He had a shifty-looking face, and he didn't look like a good person. "No, I've guessed it 3 times, and I didn't get it right once. Now that you said it, I'm a little suspicious too." Li Dagong looked at the stall owner with some suspicion. "Hey, you're not lying, right?" Yang Ming listened to Li Dagong's words and couldn't help but find it funny. Who would ask like that? Even if he was lying, he wouldn't admit it. Sure enough, the stall owner wasn't happy after hearing it. He said with a sullen face, "Aren't you watching from the side? Okay, hurry up and guess." Li Dagong was about to guess, but Yang Ming stopped him. Yang Ming felt suspicious. He used his X-ray vision to scan the bowls and found that there wasn't a single coin in it. "What's wrong?" Li Dagong looked at Yang Ming with suspicion. "Nothing. You guess." Yang Ming had already thought of a solution. "I guess in the one on the far right." Li Dagong hesitated and said, "Have you guessed it?" The stall owner asked. "If you guessed it, you're going to open it." "Up." Sorry, it's not here." "How about it? Do you still want to play?" "Wait," Yang Ming suddenly said. "Are you trying to fool people with empty bowls?" However, the stall owner in front of him didn't panic like Yang Ming imagined. Even Li Dagong next to him shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, Yang Ming, I have already asked." "Yeah, don't you want to know where the coin is?" The stall owner pointed to an empty bowl and said, "It's here." As he said this, the stall owner lifted the bowl. A coin was lying there. Yang Ming was stunned. "Impossible. I clearly saw that all 3 bowls were empty." However, Yang Ming pondered for a moment and understood that he met a master. This guy's technique was very fast. He probably put the coin in the moment he lifted the bowl. No one would notice it. Thinking of this, Yang Ming said, "Let's play one more round." Yang Ming took out a yuan from his pocket and handed it over. The stall owner still put the coin under one of the bowls like before. However, Yang Ming saw that the coin was already in the stall owner's sleeve when the bowl was put down. "Guess." The stall owner finished moving the bowls and said to Yang Ming, "I guess that all 3 bowls are empty." Yang Ming said word by word. "Yang Ming, what are you doing? Aren't you obviously losing?" Li Dagong asked puzzledly. "Yeah, how can you guess like that? Hurry up and guess. Don't mess around," the stall owner said impatiently. "Why? I just guessed that all 3 bowls are empty. If I guessed wrong, the yuan would be given to you. Isn't that the same thing? How can you say that I'm messing around?" As he said this, Yang Ming gave Li Dagong a reassuring look. Li Dagong misunderstood. He thought that Yang Ming was asking him to help. However, this helped Yang Ming instead. "That's right. Don't tell me you're hiding something. Just guess that all 3 bowls aren't empty." Li Dagong immediately stared at the stall owner and said, Okay. Anything is fine." The stall owner didn't want to waste time with them. He said, "Look carefully. The coin is under the bowl." As he said this, he reached out to lift the bowl in the middle. "Don't move first." Yang Ming grabbed the stall owner's wrist. "I'll see for myself." "See for yourself? How can that be? Don't break my bowl." "Okay, don't mess around. I know what you mean. Let go of me. I'll make you convinced." Although the stall owner's words were calm, there was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. "If I break it, I'll pay for it. What's the difference between you and me opening it?" Yang Ming sneered. "Are you feeling guilty?" "I'm feeling guilty? Why should I feel guilty?" The stall owner said calmly. He shook his wrist and tried to break free from Yang Ming's grip. However, he felt like he was stuck by an iron clamp. He couldn't pull out. "Li Dagong, lift the bowls." Yang Ming grabbed the stall owner's other hand and ordered Li Dagong. "Okay." After Li Dagong heard this, he immediately reached out and lifted the bowls. As a result, the 3 bowls were empty as Yang Ming said. Yang Ming snorted and let go of the stall owner. "What else do you want to say? Don't tell me the coin grew wings and flew into your sleeve. You saw through it?" The stall owner was surprised. "Small trick," Yang Ming said disdainfully. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" I'll pay you 10 yuan. Is that okay?" The stall owner thought Yang Ming was easy to fool since he was just a student. "Pay me 10 yuan? Are you going to continue lying?" "Li Dagong, you go to the police and say that you caught a liar in front of Songjiang No. 4 High School." Yang Ming said calmly. Don't. Brother, let's talk about it. Don't call the police." The stall owner was scared by Yang Ming and immediately softened. Cheating in front of the school was a big taboo in society. If he was caught by the police, he would be severely punished. "Then what do you think we should do? My friend played so many rounds." In fact, Yang Ming didn't want to call the police. He just wanted to scare this person. "I'll refund the money to him." "I'll refund it now." The stall owner nodded quickly. "Refund? He played here. If he didn't play tricks, he might have one a few times already." Yang Ming said sternly. "Okay, he played 4 yuan. I'll refund him 40 yuan. Okay." The stall owner clenched his teeth and said, 40? Yang Ming asked, "Are you stupid? You look so smart. You don't look like you don't know how to calculate. Haven't you heard of compound interest? If you haven't heard of it, I'll explain it to you. My classmate won 10 yuan from you with 1 yuan. Then he won 100 yuan with 10 yuan. 100 yuan is 1,000 yuan. The stall owner didn't expect to meet someone who was smarter than him. He suddenly frowned and said, "Little brother, I'm wrong. If you keep calculating like this, even if my family runs a bank, I can't afford it. If you always walk by the river, how can your shoes not be wet?" This old saying was right. The stall owner was screwed today. "I only have 200 yuan in my pocket. I'll give it all to you." "Little brother, please let me go." The stall owner took out 200 yuan from his pockets. Yang Ming used his X-ray vision to scan his clothes. He realized that there were 200 yuan bills in his coat pocket. He couldn't help but say with disgust, "I hate people who lie to me the most." "I didn't lie to you," the stall owner said with a bitter face. "I'm already like this. How would I dare to lie to you?" Chapter 83. If it was a normal gambling, Yang Ming wouldn't be disgusted. But for the stall owner in front of him, it was obviously a scam. Moreover, the people who came to this kind of stall usually didn't have a good family background. For example, a rich person like Wang Jitao wouldn't bother to play this kind of thing. For a high-end hotel like Heavenly Earth, there were some gambling projects in the leisure area. That was where the rich people went. Just like Li Dagong, his parents were workers, and he usually didn't have much pocket money. It seemed that Li Dagong threw his lunch at this stall. A gentleman loves money, and he gets it in a proper way. If you scam money from those rich people, that's your ability. But if you come to fool a poor student, that's a problem with your character. Therefore, for such a person, Yang Ming had no sympathy. "What's that in your jacket pocket? Hell money?" Yang Ming said sarcastically. The stall owner didn't expect that the 200 yuan couldn't be hidden from Yang Ming. He took out the 200 yuan and put it in Yang Ming's hand. "How did you know?" "I guessed," Yang Ming said faintly. "What? Guessed?" The stall owner regretted it. He was actually scammed by a student. If he knew, he wouldn't have taken it out. Even if he took out 100 yuan, it would have been fine. However, fortunately, he took out the money. Otherwise, Yang Ming might be anxious. It was inevitable that he would beat him up. Yang Ming threw the 3 broken bowls on the table on the ground and said to the stall owner, "Don't let me see you again, or else it won't be so simple next time." Yes, yes. The stall owner didn't dare to say no. The 2 students in front of him were taller and stronger than him. He didn't want to do anything irrational, so he nodded and left. Fuck, I didn't expect this guy to be a scammer, Li Dagong said angrily. I was still hoping to win some pocket money. You gave him more than 4 yuan, right? Yang Ming looked at Li Dagong and smiled. Hee, I lost more than 20 yesterday afternoon. Today, I'm going to make a comeback, Li Dagong said, embarrassed. Yang Ming took out 200 yuan from the money and stuffed it into Li Dagong's hand. This is for you. Don't play that kind of thing in the future. Gambling is not a game for the poor. Give it to me. Li Dagong was stunned. That's not very good, right? What's wrong with that? Just take it. He lied to you, so it's normal for him to compensate you with some money. Yang Ming put the rest of the money into his pocket. He had saved the reward money for being a good Samaritan in his bank account. He had no money in his pocket for the past 2 days, so someone had sent him money. Hee. Thank you, Brother Yang. Li Dagong took the money happily and put it in his pocket. Yang Ming smiled and remembered when he was in junior high school. At that time, the punks in the school called him Brother Yang. Now that he thought about it, it was a bit funny. After he matured, he understood that in today's society, the rich are the brothers. This was the first time Yang Ming used his special ability to make money. Although this money wasn't very glorious, he felt at ease. Yang Ming felt that his ability was still very useful. If he used it well, he would definitely make money. After school at night, Yang Ming wanted to find Zhao Ying, but he hesitated and walked directly to the school gate. During math class today, Zhao Ying didn't care about Yang Ming like she usually did. Yang Ming saw it. Maybe she was distancing herself from him. Yang Ming shook his head. Kid, I'm talking about you. Come with me. A green-haired young man stood in front of Yang Ming and blocked his way. This person was Jin Gang's friend, Xiao Chao. Who are you? Yang Ming looked at the person in front of him who was obviously a punk. Someone wants to see you, Xiao Chao said. See me? Yang Ming looked at the green-haired young man. He didn't know this person. He said that someone wanted to see him. Who could it be? Could be Wang Jitao. However, it seemed like Wang Jitao wouldn't use the same trick twice. Last time, he didn't find a punk to teach him a lesson. Would he find someone else? Yes, it's you. Come with me quickly. Otherwise, I won't be polite, Xiao Chao said. Not polite? Yang Ming looked at the guy in front of him with some contempt. With such a small physique, he could beat him down with one hand. However, Yang Ming was very curious about the person behind him, so he asked, Where's the person who wants to see me? In the tea house opposite, Xiao Chao said. Yang Ming looked at the tea house. He smiled. With such a glance, Yang Ming already saw the person who wanted to see him. Don't forget that Yang Ming's special ability was telescopic vision and X-ray vision. Although there was a distance between the tea house and here, for Yang Ming, it wasn't a problem at all. The person in the tea house was Jin Gang. At the moment, he was sitting in a private room, looking around. After understanding all of this, Yang Ming became fearless. Lead the way. In? Xiao Chao didn't expect Yang Ming to be so straightforward. He thought that he would have to waste his breath. It seems that this little kid is afraid of me. Xiao Chao couldn't help but think proudly. Yang Ming followed Xiao Chao into the tea house and came to the private room where Jin Gang was. Yang Ming actually knew that Jin Gang was here, but he still pretended to be very surprised. Teacher Jin, why are you here? Jin Gang's face changed, but he thought of the good show that Xiao Chao had arranged. He forced a smile on his face. Yang Ming quickly sit. In his heart, he thought, let's see how you're going to be scared out of your wits. Yang Ming didn't hesitate and sat in the seat casually. However, he was a little puzzled. What is Jin Gang doing? He probably already knew that he was played on Friday, so he must want to get back his face. But why didn't he do it? In fact, why didn't Jin Gang want to beat up Yang Ming? But what about the 50,000 yuan? So, Xiao Chao came up with an idea. If he wanted to make Yang Ming obediently spit out the money, he had to make him scared. Otherwise, 50,000 yuan wasn't a small amount. If it was just to beat up Yang Ming, he might not take it out. But if Yang Ming knew that his group of people were powerful people that he couldn't afford to offend, then Yang Ming would take the initiative to take out the money. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to beat him up. After they sat down, the waiter handed the menu to Jin Gang. Today, Jin Gang was full of confidence that he could beat Yang Ming because Xiao Chao had promised him that he would find a real underworld boss to take charge. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't admit defeat. So, Jin Gang thought that Yang Ming must be the one who paid for this tea. So he didn't hold back and directly ordered a pot of the best quality Longjing tea. This was more than one grade better than the free tea provided by the school. When the menu was handed to Yang Ming actually ordered a beef curry rice. Jin Gang and Xiao Chao couldn't help but look at each other. What is this guy doing? Does he think this is a restaurant? Although the General Tea House sold tea, it also sold some fast food items. Curry rice was one of the common fast food items. After Yang Ming came out of the detention center, he was even more fearless. He didn't dare to mess with Wang Jitao because Wang Jitao's family was rich and had a lot of strong connections in the society. But for an idiot like Jin Gang, if Yang Ming didn't mess with him, who would he mess with? From the moment Yang Ming stepped into the tea house, he knew that today's matter would definitely not end well. So, Yang Ming ordered a curry beef rice as soon as he came in. Why? He would have the strength to beat people after eating. Once the curry rice was served, Yang Ming wolfed it down. Jin Gang asked suspiciously, Yang Ming, who didn't eat lunch? Yang Ming answered vaguely. Not to mention, the taste of the rice was not bad. No wonder it was so expensive, 20 yuan per plate. Yang Ming, let me introduce you. This is Chao Liwa, Brother Chao. Jin Gang said. Fuck your mother? There is actually someone called Fuck Your Mother. This name is too awesome. He is afraid that people don't know that it was Fuck Your Mother that gave birth to you. This motherfucker is too talented. Yang Ming thought in his heart. It's Chao Liwa, not Fuck Your Mother. 3 black lines appeared on Little Chao's head. He didn't know if the student in front of him was really someone who wasn't afraid of anything, or he was extremely careless. In this kind of situation, not only could he eat big mouthfuls of curry rice, he even dared to scold people. Although it didn't seem like he did it on purpose. Oh, Brother Chao, I can tell that you are an awesome person just by looking at your green hat. Oh no, it's green hair. Yang Ming said deliberately. When this guy was walking in front of him, Yang Ming was puzzled. What was he thinking? Shaving a melon head and even dyed it green. From afar, it looked like he was wearing a green hat. Isn't this person too weird? What do you mean? Xiao Chao couldn't hold it in after hearing Yang Ming's sarcastic words. Nothing. I just feel that Brother Chao's name is weird and the style is unique. Yang Ming finished his sentence and continued to eat his curry rice. Is he praising me? Xiao Chao looked at Yang Ming, who acted like nothing happened and didn't know what to say. This guy seemed to be quite sincere when he spoke just now. Xiao Chao subconsciously thought that Yang Ming was a careless person. Hence, he smiled. It's just so. Others say that my style is cool. Chapter 84. After Yang Ming finished the curry beef rice in front of him, he wiped his mouth and looked at Jin Gang and Xiao Chao in front of him. Could it be that these two people only came to treat him to a meal? Xiao Chao, when will the person you mentioned arrive? Jin Gang asked softly. Soon. Wait a little longer. Xiao Chao was also very anxious. He was also afraid of dropping the ball at the crucial moment. Do. The phone rang. Xiao Chao took out his phone and glanced at it. He turned around and left the private room. Hello, Brother Da? Why aren't you here yet? We are waiting for you at the tea house opposite Song, Jiang number 4 high school. Xiao Chao said anxiously. Xiao Chao, I have something to do. I can't make it today. One of my brothers was beaten up and sent to the hospital. I have to negotiate with others. The person on the other end of the phone said. But Brother Da, I have brought the people here. Xiao Chao heard and immediately frowned. The more you are afraid of something, the more it will happen. It's okay. I have already found 2 underlings to go over. They might be here soon. Brother De said. Will it work? Xiao Chao was a little hesitant. Isn't it just scaring a student? Don't worry. He will definitely be scared to death. Brother De said. All right then, Brother De. Let's do it this way. Xiao Chao shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself, damn, do I need you to find underlings? Can't I settle it myself? However, these words could only be said by himself. He couldn't let Brother De hear it. Chow Liwa was just a small gangster. Normally, he would just take care of the place and scare people. If he really faced those who didn't care about their lives, he would immediately be scared. This Brother De was a rather famous person in Songjiang City. He was vicious and merciless. Therefore, Xiao Chao wanted to find him to scare Yangming. He didn't expect him to send 2 underlings. Forget it. Since it has come to this, I can only take 1 step at a time. After returning to the private room, Chow Liwa didn't have the same confidence as before. Yang Ming had learned his lesson from last time. This time, he purposely paid attention to Chow Liwa's whereabouts. Yang Ming also saw Chow Liwa talking on the phone in the corridor clearly. Although Yang Ming couldn't see what the person who called him said, he could roughly judge from Chow Liwa's words. Chow Liwa asked a person called Brother De to teach him a lesson. But since Brother De couldn't come, he sent someone else. After figuring out all this, Yang Ming calmly waited for Brother De's people to come over. Why aren't they here yet? Yang Ming said impatiently. Yes, soon. Chow Liwa replied casually. However, he immediately felt that something was amiss. How did you know that someone was coming? Isn't it? As they were talking, the door of the private room was pushed open. 2 people who didn't look like good people came in. When Chow Liwa saw the people who came, a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Brother De was really thinking about him. The 2 people he sent were both Brother De's capable men. One was Zhu Biao, the lone shark, and the other was Brother De's strong fighter, Fan Jiolong. Yang Ming, let me introduce you to 2 friends. Chow Liwa smiled. This is Zhu Biao, Brother Biao, and this is Fan Jiolong, Brother Long. Nice to meet you. Yang Ming looked at the people in front of him and nodded. Brat, where are you from? Who's your boss? Fan Jiolong unbuttoned his shirt and sat in front of Yang Ming. Coincidentally, the black dragon tattoo on his chest was exposed. My boss is Li Huihua, Yang Ming said with a smile. Yang Ming estimated that Fan Jiolong was the only one who could fight among the 4 of them. However, he was confident that he could defeat him. That Zhu Biao, Fatty Zhu, was obviously a person who ate and drank too much. He couldn't even walk properly, let alone fight. Chow Liwa looked like a person who was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. He could scare people, but he couldn't fight. The remaining one was Jin Gang. He was an unstable factor. However, this guy had been a teacher for a long time and hadn't fought for a long time. It should be easy to handle. Yang Ming, who knew the opponent's intention and strength, was now fearless. He was ready to have some fun with these people. Li Huihua, Fan Jiolong was stunned. Then, he looked at Zhu Biao and said, Do you know him? Zhu Biao frowned and thought for a long time. Then he shook his head. The scariest thing about a conflict in the underworld was that people would fight among themselves. Not only would it be a laughing stock, but it would also be a loss of reputation if word got out. Therefore, before 2 groups of people fought, they would ask about their respective bosses. If the 2 bosses had a good relationship, then the fight wouldn't happen. May I know which district Li Huihua is from? Fan Jiolong hesitated and asked respectfully. After all, the opponent was a boss. If he was a ruthless person, there was no need to provoke an unnecessary enemy. Li Huihua is a teacher in our school. She's his class teacher. Jin Gang couldn't help but say, What? Kid, you dare to trick me? Fan Jiolong was furious. Do you know what I do? I don't know. Yang Ming shook his head. Let me tell you, I'm the boss of the underworld. Fan Jiolong was afraid that Yang Ming didn't understand, so he added another sentence. I'm an organized criminal gang. Oh, I've heard so much about you. Yang Ming pretended to be a noob and showed an envious expression. It seems that this Fan Jiolong's IQ isn't very high. Are all thugs like this? You don't have to hear so much about me. I'll tell you the truth. I was asked by someone to scare you today. Fan Jiulong was a rough person. He was good at fighting, but he couldn't play with IQ. Today, Brother Da asked him to scare a student. Fan Jiulong was in a bit of a dilemma. After saying a few words, Fan Jiulong finally lost his patience and decided to lay his cards on the table. Chao Liwa listened to Fan Jiulong's words and couldn't help but frown. Does this guy know how to talk? You already told him that you were here to scare him. Why would he be afraid of you? And I got it. Brother Long, why are you looking for me? Just tell me directly. Yang Ming nodded and scolded in his heart. Jin Gang, can't you play with someone with a higher IQ like Wang Jitao? Why do you always find a few idiots to deal with me? Are you looking down on me? Or are you an idiot yourself? Yang Ming didn't dare to face Wang Jitao now. But facing Jin Gang, he didn't have so many scruples. Originally, he wanted to use Jin Gang to practice, but the opponent was too weak. Straightforward. Fan Jiulong listened to Yang Ming's words and was overjoyed. It seems that this person in front of me is a smart person. Then, I don't need to talk nonsense. So, he said directly, I heard that you played with Jin Gang, right? This is your fault. What do you say? I don't know. Just say it. Yang Ming said indifferently. Good, you're a real man. You're a real man. You're so straightforward. Fan Jiulong was overjoyed. Why did I meet such a good person today? I think that's it. How much did you pay for the meal? Let's count it as 60,000. You take out 60,000 yuan and admit your mistake. Then we'll forget about this. Oh, that's it? Yang Ming asked. That's it. Fan Jiulong thought to himself. Listening to his tone, it seems that my conditions are too little. I don't agree. Yang Ming said lightly. What? Fuck. You play with me? Fan Jiulong was furious. He pointed at Yang Ming and said loudly, Last time, there was a guy who acted pretentious in front of me. I punched his head open. He was in the hospital for half a year and almost became a vegetable. Really? What a coincidence. Last time, there was a guy named Ji Shueisheng who acted pretentious in front of me. I punched his lung open. In the end, he went straight to the King of Hell to report before he even reached the hospital. Yang Ming said calmly. Ji Shueisheng? When Fan Jiulong heard this name, he was stunned silence. The whole room was silent. Everyone present, except for Jin Gang, had heard of Ji Shueisheng's name. He was the best fighter under the gang leader of City S, and Fan Jiulong, who was also a fighter, had heard of this name. However, according to the rumors, such a powerful person like Ji Shueisheng was killed by a high school student when he was committing a crime in Songjiang City. Fan Jiulong never thought that the person who killed Ji Shueisheng was this high school student that he wanted to scare. Motherfucker, who is scaring who? Although Fan Jiulong was a tiger, he knew the difference in strength. Fan Jiulong didn't dare to provoke someone who could kill Ji Shueisheng. Because this matter was confidential, other than the principal and Zhaoying, no one knew about Yang Ming and Ji Shueisheng. Jin Gang naturally didn't know. Who is this Ji Shueisheng? Is he very powerful? King Kong was a little baffled when he saw that everyone was in an awkward silence. Chao Liwa pulled on Jin Gang's sleeve and whispered a few words. Jin Gang's face changed immediately. Let's not talk about this. That day, didn't we say that Brother Yang Ming would treat us? However, Jin Gang paid for it. Brother Yang Ming, don't you think? Chao Liwa quickly mediated. He was much smarter than Fan Jiulong. Although he doubted whether Yang Ming was telling the truth, the name Ji Shueisheng was unfamiliar to high school students. Since it came from Yang Ming's mouth, it was most likely true. Chapter 85. I don't have money. Yang Ming poured himself a cup of tea and said calmly, It's okay if you don't have money. Zhu Biao came here because he was afraid that Yang Ming didn't have money. As a loan shark, he could do a business with him. I specialize in loan sharks. I can lend you money. How about 9 payments and 11 payments? When Zhu Biao said this, he felt that he wasn't confident enough. Just now, he came here arrogantly and wanted to scare this student. He wanted to let him know that he was a ruthless person in society. If you don't return the money, I will force you to lend me money. But in this situation, even Fan Jiulong was scared. He didn't dare to make a fuss. He quickly finished what Brother Da told him to do. As for whether Yang Ming agreed or not, it wasn't something that Zhu Biao could control. Why would I want to borrow money from a loan shark? I purposely tricked him that day. Yang Ming sneered. When they heard Yang Ming's words, they looked at each other. Isn't he too awesome? Is he acting cool here? Or does he have the ability to be awesome? Fan Jiulong's 10 fingers moved, but he didn't dare to get angry. If Yang Ming was really the student who killed Ji Shuisheng, then Fan Jiulong didn't have the confidence to defeat this student. Although there were 4 of them, Fan Jiulong was an expert in this field. He directly ignored Zhu Biao, who lived like a prince. As for Chao Liwa, it was obvious that he drank too much. He couldn't even walk properly, let alone fight. As for that Jin Gang, Fan Jiulong didn't know his strength. But looking at his fair and clean appearance, he probably didn't fight for N years. Looking at Yang Ming again, although he had a lazy expression, his body was strong, his arms were thick, and his knuckles were thick. At first glance, it was obvious that he often fought, so Fan Jiulong really didn't dare to fall out with Yang Ming. Are you done? Then I'm leaving. Yang Ming stood up and walked towards the door. Suddenly, he thought of something. He turned his head and pointed at Jin Gang. Damn it. This time, seeing that you treated me to tea, I won't argue with you about the bicycle. I'll give you 3 days to buy me an identical one. Otherwise, you'll be dead soon. After hearing that, King Kong's face turned green. However, the current situation was delicate, so he didn't dare to be too arrogant. He could only keep on hinting at Chao Liwa with his eyes. Chao Liwa helplessly shook his head. Let me tell you, I'm a ruthless person, but I have a good temper. It's okay if you want to show off. When he reached the corridor, Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. His original plan was that a fierce battle was inevitable. He didn't expect that when he mentioned Ji Shuisheng, these guys were actually afraid. It seems that Ji Shuisheng is my lucky star. Yang Ming wasn't afraid of fighting, but he was afraid of endless fighting. When he was in junior high school, Yang Ming didn't have many fights with gangsters. But after these gangsters were beaten up, they would find a helper to take revenge. So, Yang Ming didn't get tired of it. Just like today, it would be best if Fan Jiulong didn't get involved in King Kong's affairs in the future after a few words were said and there was no real conflict. In the private room, Fan Jiulong hesitated and said, "Little Chao, I'm sorry. I don't have the confidence to beat this Yang Ming. I will explain to Brother Da about this." After that, he left the private room with Zhu Biao. Fan Jiulong came to help Jin Gang settle matter. He didn't have a direct relationship with Yang Ming, so there was no need to have a conflict with Yang Ming because of Jin Gang. Fuck. Jin Gang slammed his fist on the table. "What are you doing, little Chao? Is this the big brother in the underworld that you were talking about?" He was fooled by a few words from a little kid. Little Chao's face didn't look good. After all, he was the one who found him. Today, he lost a lot of face. Should I go back and discuss with Brother Da? Okay. Jin Gang nodded. I still owe you 20,000 yuan. You have to wait. I will think of a way. It's okay. Don't worry. Yesterday, Jin Gang returned 30,000 yuan to him. He still owed him 20,000 yuan. Originally, he thought that he could get the money from Yang Ming today, but it turned out like this. Little Chao couldn't rush Jin Gang anymore. He could only nod. Jin Gang was depressed to the extreme. He didn't expect to pay for the tea in the end. 180 yuan. It's so damn expensive. If I knew, I wouldn't have ordered the best quality Longjing tea. It seems that I can't rely on little Chao. No, I have to find a way to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Jin Gang thought angrily. A student dared to trick me. If this spreads out, where's my face? Thinking of this, Jin Gang's face suddenly showed a cold smile. Aren't you going to take the college entrance exam? Haha. Then I will ruin your future. Yang Ming burped as he walked on the road. This curry rice is really delicious. It's best if Jin Gang can find me for tea every day. For a few days, it was very peaceful. Jin Gang didn't find trouble with Yang Ming. There was also no news about Fan Jiulong. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying's relationship was still in a cold war, but his relationship with Chun Ming Yin was progressing rapidly. During the weekend, Yang Ming had nothing to do, so he turned on his computer and logged into QQ. He took out the note that recorded Chun Ming Yin's QQ and added her as a friend. Add me. Yang Ming sent a message. After a while, Yang Ming received a verification message. The other party accepted his friend request. Yang Ming looked at Chun Ming Yin's nickname and was shocked. Of course, the premise was that his glasses could still fall out. Wild female teacher. This name has a personality, right? After checking the other party's information, Chun Ming Yin was QQ Do Diju XX Netcom XX Room. Damn, I thought that good students don't play games. Yang Ming had some evil thoughts. Why don't I scare her a little? There's no true love in this world. Good students don't play games. After a while, Chun Ming Yin replied, Wild female teacher. Are you kidding me? Didn't you see my nickname? I'm a teacher, okay? Yang Ming was amused. Chun Ming Yin also knows how to lie. You're a teacher? Hee hee. There's no true love in this world. Really? Then which school are you from? What do you teach? Wild female teacher. Why should I tell you? Who are you? There's no true love in this world. I'm your pursuer. Yang Ming made a joke. He wanted to test if Chun Ming Yin had him in her heart. My charm is infinite. There are many pursuers. Which one are you? And this tone, is it Chun Ming Yin? Yang Ming felt that it was a bit unbelievable. How can a person be so different on the internet and in real life? Yang Ming doubtfully checked the QQ number of wild female teacher. Damn, I was too excited just now. Chun Ming Yin's QQ is XXXXX2. Yang Ming entered XXXXX22. I must have added the wrong person. There's no true love in this world. Sorry, I added the wrong person. Her number is 1 digit away from yours. Wild female teacher. Oh, I was wondering why you were speaking so inexplicably. I thought you were my annoying colleague. There's no true love in this world. Your pursuer? Yang Ming felt that this wild female teacher should also be a beauty. Not to mention that it was fate that they met. Adding her in such a strange combination of circumstances, maybe it was fate, so Yang Ming didn't delete it directly. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Zhang Bin and I'm a superstar weren't here. Yang Ming casually chatted with this wild female teacher. Wild female teacher. I guess so. Did you just add your girlfriend? There's no true love in this world. I guess so. I'm pursuing her. Wild female teacher. Do you know how to play Do Diju? There's no true love in this world. Yes, why? Wild female teacher. I'm heartbroken. I'm in a bad mood. Can you accompany me to copy points? Copy points is a term in online games. It means that several people cheat together so that only one person wins. It is especially common in Lianzhong and QQ chess and card games. There's no true love in this world. Heartbroken? You have so many pursuers. Why are you heartbroken? Wild female teacher. That's not what I like. There's no true love in this world. Oh, I know. The person you like doesn't like you? Wild female teacher was silent for a while before replying. He should like me too. There's no true love in this world. I know. My parents don't agree. Wild female teacher. My parents are not old-fashioned. Sigh, in short, because of some reasons, we can't be together. Don't ask so much. Are you going to copy points with me or not? There's no true love in this world. Okay, but copying points is boring. Why don't we do deductions together and cheat others? Wild female teacher. Huh? Okay, you are so bad. There's no true love in this world. Wait for me to download a client. I just bought the computer. There's nothing inside. Wild female teacher. Okay, when you are done, come to XX Netcom XX Computer Room XX Table. There's no true love in this world. Okay, right away. Chapter 86. Yang Ming downloaded the QQ Game Hall's client. After installing it, he logged into the Fight the Landlord room. Sure enough, he found Wild Female Teacher at XX Table. Fight the Landlord was a game for 3 people. So, after the 2 of them sat down, they waited for the idiot to come. After a while, a person named Ding Ding sat down. The game started. This round was Wild Female Teacher's call. Yang Ming and Ding Ding were farmers. Wild female teacher immediately sent a message. Send me a screenshot of your cards. Yang Ming didn't care about winning or losing. He sent a screenshot. Wild female teacher, 3, 4, and 1. Yang Ming followed her instructions and played 44-47. Wild female teacher was left with JJJJ3. She took her cards and went out. Ding ding. Damn, what are you doing? She was left with 4 cards, and you still played this. Another man grumbled. In the second round, wild female teacher's cards were not good. It was Ding Ding's turn to call. She called 3 points. Yang Ming's cards were not bad. He had a pair of jacks. He sent a screenshot, as usual. That Ding Ding was also unlucky. She got a straight and was directly caught by wild female teacher. But because her cards were not good, Ding Ding quickly took her cards. Wild female teacher jacks him and then plays 4-4-5-5-6-6. Yang Ming followed her instructions and directly blew up Ding Ding. Ding Ding was stunned. I have 2 KS and you blow me up? Are you crazy? Yang Ming played 4-4-5-5-6-6. Wild female teacher took 1010 JJJQQ and won. Ding Ding, damn, this works too. 2 kings in hand. Damn. In the third round, Ding Ding still lost. Ding Ding couldn't take it anymore. Are you two in cahoots? Wild female teacher, you have a problem with your skills. There's no true love in this world. Get lost. I'll beat you. Ding Ding, fine, I'll leave. Idiot. After Ding Ding left, the two of them changed tables and continued to cheat. After a while, wild female teacher's points increased by more than 2,000. There's no true love in this world. Okay? That's enough. Don't let people report you. Wild female teacher. Okay, I'm in a better mood. Thank you. I'll look for you next time. There's no true love in this world. No problem. Yang Ming sent a sweating emoji over. This wild female teacher is quite cute. I wonder which school she is from. According to her information, she is 23 years old. I wonder if it is true. If she was as cute as Sister Ing, he could consider continuing their friendship. Yang Ming thought very lewdly. Yang Ming wanted to go offline, but I'm a superstar went online. I'm a superstar. Hurry up and watch the entertainment channel. There will be an exclusive interview with me later. Yang Ming was stunned. Could it be that this girl was really a celebrity? Are you trying to trick me? Thinking of this, Yang Ming went to the living room to watch TV. He had heard that I'm a superstar was a celebrity, so he asked her who she was. However, she didn't tell him and asked Yang Ming to guess. Therefore, Yang Ming thought that she was lying to him. Now that there was a chance, of course, Yang Ming wanted to confirm. Unfortunately, Yang Ming was watching the sports channel, so Yang Ming went back to his room. He replied to, I'm a superstar. My dad is watching TV. I can't watch. Just tell me who you are. I'm a superstar. Forget it. There's no true love in this world. Why, are you angry? I'm a superstar. No, busy. Okay, I'm leaving. He went offline after he finished speaking. Yang Ming used the IP version of QQ. He could see if the other party was invisible. He saw that I'm a superstar was invisible. She was probably angry. Yang Ming shook his head. He used to make I'm a superstar angry many times, so he didn't care. On Monday, the school informed that the third year of high school would be organized to watch a movie tomorrow afternoon. The purpose was to let everyone relax in the stressful school life. This news made Yang Ming very happy. He had wanted to ask Chun Mingyan to watch a movie for a long time. Yang Ming, are you free tonight? Chun Mingyan finished the exercises in her hand for Yang Ming and asked, Yes, of course I am. Why? Let's go on a date? The relationship between Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan was very good, so he didn't have much scruples when he spoke. Because both of them had feelings for each other, Chun Mingyan wasn't angry with him. She just rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, Accompany me to the supermarket to buy some snacks tonight. We will eat tomorrow afternoon. Girls like to eat these things, so Yang Ming said happily, Okay. For the whole afternoon, Yang Ming couldn't wait for school to end. Zhang Bin thought that Yang Ming had epilepsy, so he kept moving the table behind him. Yang Ming, don't tell me you're trying to get off a plane? Zhang Bing asked evilly. Yeah, I'm hitting a plane. Yang Ming was even more shameless. Oh, unexpectedly, Their conversation was heard by Zhang Bin's desk mate. This guy was Wang Jitao's follower. He usually didn't like Yang Ming, so he wanted to tease him. So he raised his hand. "Student Chen Afu, what's the matter?" Zhao asked curiously. Reporting to teacher, "Yang Ming is making a lot of noise behind me. I can't study." Chen Afu said. "Oh, what is he doing?" Zhao Ying asked curiously. "Teacher, he said that he is hitting a plane." Chen Afu said proudly. Yang Ming, you are dead." Silence. The whole class was silent. Zhao Ying's face suddenly turned red. Although she was still a young girl, she could still understand the obscure words, hitting a plane. Especially when she was on the internet, she often saw such jokes. Yang Ming's heart was fantasizing about watching a movie with Chun Mingyan tomorrow, so he didn't notice Chen Afu and the movement in the classroom. He still had a lewd expression, and one of his legs was still swinging, making the table creak. Originally, Chen Afu didn't believe that Yang Ming would hit a plane during class, but when he saw Yang Ming's lewd expression, he was 70 to 80% sure. Then he saw Zhao Ying's exquisite and hot figure on the podium. Even his heart was a bit itchy, so he was sure that Yang Ming must be thinking about Zhao Ying hitting a plane. Coupled with Yang Ming's moaning sound, Chen Afu decided to ruin Yang Ming and help Wang Jitao vent his anger. If this time really exposed Yang Ming's ugly face, then Chen Mingyan would definitely be disgusted by Yang Ming's actions. Therefore, when Chen Afu saw that Zhao Ying didn't speak, he was afraid that he would miss the best opportunity, so he flipped over Yang Ming's table. Originally, he hoped that Yang Ming's lewd appearance with his hand holding a penis would be exposed to the public, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming's pants were sitting there in good condition. Chen Afu was stunned. "What's going on? Isn't he hitting a plane? Why?" But his expression is obviously the same as my expression when I secretly watch a movie at home. Quang dang. The loud sound of the table falling to the ground pulled Yang Ming back to reality from his YY. He was fantasizing about how he could secretly touch Chun Mingyin's little hand when watching a movie tomorrow. If it was her thigh, that would be even better. Suddenly, it was interrupted. How could Yang Ming be happy? Seeing that the culprit who flipped over his table was still standing in front of him, Yang Ming was furious. He stood up and grabbed Chen Afu's collar. "Do you fucking want to die?" Chen Afu didn't know how to explain. It's all my fault for being impatient. I wanted to perform in front of Wang Jitao. I didn't expect AI. Chen Afu's studies weren't very good. There was basically no hope for him to enter university. Therefore, he usually intended to have a good relationship with Wang Jitao. He followed Wang Jitao like a follower, because Wang Jitao's father was the chairman of the Xiongfeng Group, a big company in Songjiang. After he graduated, he could get a position in the group through Wang Jitao's relationship. After graduation, he would be a white-collar worker. This was a good job that many college students couldn't find. Therefore, Chen Afu usually nodded and bowed to Wang Jitao like a dog. If Wang Jitao asked him to go east, he wouldn't dare to go west. If he asked him to beat a dog, he wouldn't dare to catch a chicken. Of course, he wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to perform. Therefore, he was hot-headed and did something that angered Yang Ming. Looking at the stationery scattered all over the floor, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel angry. Fuck, if I didn't flip other people's tables, they would thank me. Someone actually dared to flip my table. Especially when he saw that the book that Chen Mingyan gave him, the latest trends in the college entrance examination, fell on the ground and even got some dust. Yang Ming was so angry that he slapped Chen Afu's face and directly turned him into a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Why was he called a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? Because both cheeks of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle were bulging. Zhao Ying also recovered at this time. Although she was angry at Chen Afu for finding trouble, Yang Ming was too much. He actually beat up a classmate in my class. Zhao Ying knew about Yang Ming's fighting methods. She was afraid that Yang Ming would beat Chen Afu to death. "Yang Ming, you still don't stop," Zhao Ying shouted. "And Chen Afu, why did you flip Yang Ming's table?" Chapter 87. Oomph. If we weren't in class, I would have killed you. Yang Ming snorted and let go of Chun Afyu's collar. As for Chun Afyu, he couldn't say anything. Who asked him to do such a stupid thing? Zhang Bin had helped Yang Ming to lift up his desk and cleaned up the things that fell on the floor. Was it because I was too obedient in high school? Yang Ming thought if it was in the past, not to mention flipping his desk, even if someone knocked his things on the floor, others would have to be careful. If Yang Ming was in a bad mood, it was inevitable that he would be beaten up. Originally, this matter was over, but somehow, Jin Gang heard about it. Jin Gang, who had been secretly observing Yang Ming, finally seized this good opportunity. I thought you were a good boy. Hee, you finally showed some weakness. Jin Gang was very proud to find his uncle, who was the school's political education director. Jin Gang, coming quickly. Why are you looking for uncle? Jin Gang's uncle was the political education director of number 4 high school, Jin Shisen. Uncle, there were 2 students fighting in the math class today. Do you know about this? Jin Gang asked. Fighting in class? How would I know about these little things? Jin Shisen said, look at how busy uncle is. I have to calculate so much data. Don't bother me about these little things. Uncle, you said that students fighting in class, can they be expelled? Jin Gang asked, why are you asking about this? How can they be expelled because of such a small thing? Jin Shisen said, if they were expelled, wouldn't the school be closed down? Uncle, just tell me, is it possible to expel them? Jin Gang asked relentlessly. Aya. Jin Shisen shook his head helplessly. It is possible. Why can't it be? Whether they're expelled or not is up to our school. High school isn't compulsory education. It is normal to expel students. Then, can you think of a way to expel this student? Jin Gang hesitated. Which student? Why did you expel him? Jin Shisen glanced at Jin Gang, puzzled. It's the student who got into a fight in class today. Jin Gang said. Both of them? Why was he expelled? Jin Shisen asked. He's already in his 3rd year of high school. It's normal for him to get into fights occasionally. It's not to the extent of expelling him, right? Not 2, but one of the students named Yang Ming. Jin Gang replied. Yang Ming? Why did he fire him? Does he have a grudge against you? Jin Shisen asked. Enmity? Your nephew. I was almost played to death by him. Jin Gang said angrily. Because of this brat, I couldn't even catch up with Zhao Ying. What's going on? Why don't you tell me? Jin Shisen looked at Jin Gang's sad and indignant expression and quickly asked. Jin Gang was the only male in the Jin family, so Jin Shisen liked this nephew very much. When he heard that it was about him, he quickly asked. Therefore, Jin Gang told Jin Shisen the reason why he had a grudge against Yang Ming. Hearing that his nephew was cheated of 50,000 yuan, Jin Shisen was furious. Don't worry. Uncle will help you. Isn't it just a student? He dared to trick you like this. Uncle is the school's political education director. I have a lot of weight in the school. Let me think about what kind of crime to frame this Yang Ming. Originally, Jin Shisen was a very principled person, but because it was his nephew who was in trouble, he became very irrational when he did things. Thank you, Uncle. Jin Gang quickly thanked him. He was happy in his heart. Yang Ming, you should get out of here this time. How dare you cheat me like this? I will let you get into a fucking university. Before the 2nd class started, Yang Ming and Chun Afyu were called to the political education office. After Jin Shisen understood the situation, no matter how Yang Ming explained that it was Chun Afyu who flipped his table first, Jin Shisen didn't let go of the fact that he hit someone first. He wanted to punish Yang Ming. Chun Afyu thought that it was Wang Jitao who greeted him in school. He was proud and sneered at Yang Ming. When Jin Shisen lowered his head, he whispered, Humph, aren't you capable? Why don't you hit me? Yang Ming wasn't a person who would be mocked. He was already angry in his heart. When he saw Chun Afyu's attitude, he didn't care where he was. Aren't you going to punish me? Well, then I'm not afraid of a few more. He directly kicked Chun Afyu's stomach. This guy took a few steps back and squatted on the floor. You kicked me. Chun Afyu frowned in pain. When Jin Shisen saw that Yang Ming hit someone in the political education office, he was stunned. Then he was happy. Originally, The reason to expel a student for fighting in class was a bit far-fetched. The principal might not agree. But to beat up a classmate in the political education office, this was different. He dared to be so arrogant in front of the school leader. This was simply looking down on the leader and looking down on the school. If this student wasn't expelled, then it would be the shame of the school. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? You're still not honest here. Jin Shisen asked sternly. Don't you miss it? He forced me, Yang Ming replied. He forced you? How did he force you? Did he hold a knife and let you kick him? Jin Shisen glared. Why didn't he force me? Why did he force you? He used words to force me. Yang Ming scolded Jin Shisen 18 times in his heart. You are the political education director. Do you have nothing else to do after eating? Why do you have to care about such a small matter? Used words to force you? Then if he forced you to kill him, would you kill him? Jin Shisen asked back. I have decided. You're a black sheep. I must expel you. I will report this to the principal later. If I don't expel a student like you, I won't be the director anymore. Expel? Yang Ming was stunned. He thought that the political education director was just scaring him. Now it seemed that this guy was serious. It was strange. There were so many students fighting every day. Why didn't Dean Jean expel them? Wait, Dean Jean. He remembered the first time he went to Zhao Ying's office. Zhao Ying said, this is hard to say. Don't ask about these things. That's right. At that time, he thought about it. There was a director with the surname Jean in the school. Sure enough. Jean Gang. Oh, Jean Gang. I thought you had stopped. I didn't expect you to use such a dirty trick. Jean Gang asked you to do this, right? After Yang Ming figured out the situation, he asked faintly, Jean Gang? What are you talking about? Don't interrupt. Jin Shisen was stunned. He didn't expect this student to guess his purpose. However, it was already a fact that he beat someone up in the political education department. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't expel him. You and Jean Gang are relatives, right? He asked you to find trouble with me? Yang Ming sneered. Whatever. If you want to expel me, then expel me. I'm just afraid that the principal won't approve. After Yang Ming finished this sentence, he didn't care about Jin Shisen anymore. He pushed open the door of the political education department and walked out. He left Jin Shisen and Chun Afu stunned. Yang Ming, you wait. I will go to the principal now. This kind of student, if I, Jin Shisen, don't expel you, then my surname isn't Jean. Jin Shisen was furious. That Dean Jean. Chun Afu saw that Yang Ming left and didn't know what to do. You go back. If the principal looks for you later, you will be the witness. Jin Shisen suppressed his anger and said, Okay, no problem, Dean Jean. Then I will go. Chun Afu exited the political education department. He sighed in his heart. Yang Ming is really a badass person. But after he is expelled, will he come back to take revenge on me? Chun Afu was the kind of person who was impulsive and didn't care about the consequences, but he was afraid of the consequences. On the way back to the classroom, Chun Afu calmed down a lot. He was just a follower of Wang Jitao. If Yang Ming wanted to take revenge on him, it would be easy. Moreover, if he was expelled, he would come back to take revenge on me. Wouldn't he be more unscrupulous? Chun Afu had heard that Yang Ming knew a lot of gangsters in the society. He couldn't handle it when the time comes. Thinking of this, Chun Afu couldn't wait to slap himself. I was too impulsive. This time, I offended Yang Ming. As for Yang Ming, he was humming a tune as he walked back. Expel me? If it was a month ago, it might be possible. But now, would the principal agree with Jin Shisen's decision to expel me? Jin Shisen walked into the principal's office angrily. Principal Lee, I'm so pissed off today. Old Jean, what happened? Sit down and talk slowly. Principal Lee looked at Jin Shisen and nodded. As the principal, there were always some subordinates who complained to him because of their relationship with colleagues. Principal Lee thought that Jin Shisen had a conflict with a teacher. Chapter 88. This student really pisses me off. Jin Shisen tried his best to make himself look angry. Principal Lee, don't stop me today. I must expel this student. Student? Principal Lee was stunned. What's going on? Old Jean, calm down. Calm down. How can I not be agitated? I'm so pissed off. Jean Sheeson said, I've been a dean for so many years, and I've never seen such a lawless student. What's going on? Old Jean, what's going on with the student you mentioned? Principal Lee asked. It's like this. Jean Sheeson sat on the sofa and said angrily, Today there was a student from grade 12 class 7 who got into a fight during math class. I called him to the disciplinary office for questioning. I didn't expect this guy to beat up his classmate in front of me again. He really doesn't respect me. He's looking down on the school and challenging your authority. Jean Sheeson set a trap for Principal Lee. Old Jean, grade 12 students are under a lot of pressure. If it's nothing serious, just let it go. Don't say things like expel in anger. Principal Lee persuaded. Words in anger? Jean Sheeson stood up from the sofa. Principal Lee, I'm a senior in number 4 high school. I'll stop here today. It's either me or him. If I don't expel him today, I'll take sick leave and go home. Old Jean, what are you doing? Principal Lee said, It wasn't a big deal, but you made it big. Principal Lee, I've already made up my mind. This is my application to expel a student. Please approve it. Jean Sheeson started to force his hand. Sigh. You have to let me understand the situation first. Principal Lee sighed helplessly. If the situation is as you said, we'll discuss whether to expel this student. Okay. Jean Sheeson nodded. Principal Lee took the application Jean Sheeson handed over and flipped through it. After reading the whole story, Principal Lee was going to ask teacher Zhao Ying to confirm it. He had an impression of this Yang Ming. The protagonist of that heroic act was this student from grade 12 class 7 called Yang Ming. I wonder what old Jean ate today that made him want to expel the student. A fight could be a big deal or a small deal, so Headmaster Lee decided to ask for Zhao Ying's opinion. Principal Lee thought for a while and called the homeroom teacher of grade 12 class 7, Li Huihua, to ask her to come over. After a while, Zhao Ying and Li Huihua arrived at the principal's office. Teacher Zhao Ying, Director Jean said that during the first class this afternoon, Yang Ming from class 7 fought with a student named Shun Afu in your class. Is this true? Headmaster Lee asked. Fight? It was just that the two of them had a little conflict and then separated. I've already criticized them, Zhao Ying said. Teacher Zhao Ying, you just have to say whether this happened or not. You don't have to explain. Jean Sheeson interrupted. Yes. Zhao Ying still had to answer the director's question. That's good. This student named Yang Ming didn't show any signs of repentance when he arrived at the disciplinary office. He continued to beat up Chen Afu in front of me. So, I decided to expel Yang Ming from his school. Jean Sheeson said. What? Expel Yang Ming? Jean Sheeson, how can you expel him just like that? I don't agree. Li Huihua objected at the time. Even though Li Huihua hated Yang Ming's bad habit of fighting, she was still protective of her own students. Especially since Yang Ming had such good results. If Yang Ming was expelled, it was equivalent to removing a chance for her to enter a key university. Of course, Li Huihua wouldn't accept it. I have reported it to Principal Lee. The final result will be decided by Principal Lee. Jean Sheeson said. Li Huihua looked at Principal Lee and said sternly, Principal Lee, you have to think carefully. Yang Ming is the top student in our class. He scored 703 points in this joint exam. If you expel him, there are many other schools who want him. Top student? Jean Sheeson couldn't help but be stunned. He was in charge of disciplinary work. He didn't care much about the students' grades. However, he thought that Yang Ming's results wouldn't be good since he always fought and played dirty tricks. Therefore, he naturally thought that Yang Ming was a burden. It didn't matter if he expelled him. What he didn't expect was that Yang Ming was actually a top student. This was going to be difficult to handle. What did the principal value the most? That was the student's enrollment rate. The final standard to evaluate a school was the enrollment rate. Therefore, a student like Yang Ming was the school's treasure. They couldn't wait to keep him, let alone expel him. Yes, this was Yang Ming's trump card. He wasn't the underachiever anymore. He was the top student in the school. For a student like him, if number 4 high school expelled him, he believed that as long as he took his joint exam results and found a few other high schools that were competing with number 4 high school, they would be eager to accept him. However, Gene Sheeson thought of his nephew. So he clenched his teeth and said, no matter what kind of student he is, he must be expelled. Can a good student beat someone up? Director Gene, it's normal for students to fight. There are many people who fight every day. You want to expel them? Li Huihua was a senior in the school and a provincial core teacher. Therefore, her words were tougher than Zhao Ying's. Even if it was the disciplinary director, she didn't give much face. In fact, she was the same as Yang Ming. There were many schools that wanted to recruit her, so even Principal Li respected her. I'm not talking about the fight in the classroom. I'm talking about him beating someone up in the disciplinary office. Gene Sheeson said, these are two different concepts. He dared to be so arrogant in the disciplinary office. If such a student isn't expelled, it's a disgrace to the school. Beating someone up in the disciplinary office? Director Gene, you keep saying that he beat someone up in the disciplinary office. Do you have any evidence? Li Huihua said, evidence, of course. The student who was beaten up was Chun Afu. Principal Li can call him over for questioning. Gene Sheeson said, okay, then I will call him over for questioning. Li Huihua said as she was about to leave. Wait, Gene Sheeson suddenly thought of something. Teacher Li, you shouldn't go. I don't want to see some students being forced by the teacher to say something against their will. Principal Li, you should send someone else. You. Li Huihua glared at Director Gene angrily. In fact, she really had this idea. Isn't it just a conflict between students? When the time comes, Li Huihua would tell Chen Afu not to talk nonsense in the principal's office. She thought that he wouldn't dare to not listen to her. She didn't expect Gene Sheeson to see through it. AI, old Gene, how can you say that? How could Teacher Li do that? Principal Li shook his head helplessly. He called his assistant and asked him to find a teacher to inform Chun Afu from grade 12 class 7 to come to the principal's office. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Principal Li said. Chun Afu walked in with fear. It was his first time coming to the principal's office, so he was a little nervous. Chun Afu, don't be nervous. You tell Principal Li, how did Yang Ming beat you up in the disciplinary office? Gene Sheeson said. Director Gene, your words are obviously misleading. Was it a fight between two students or a one-sided beating? These are two different concepts. Teacher Li Huihua wasn't willing. Chun Afu listened to Teacher Li's words and his heart quivered. Sure enough, Teacher Li didn't want to expel Yang Ming. It seemed that his previous decision was right. Otherwise, not only would he offend Yang Ming, but he would also offend Teacher Li. There were only a few days left in grade 12. Chun Afu didn't want to cause trouble. Principal Li, I only had a small conflict with Yang Ming. It was just two people pushing each other. It wasn't a fight, Chun Afu said. Li Huihua was relieved. It seemed that Chun Afu was a student who understood the big picture. But when the words came out, Gene Sheeson was stunned. You didn't say that just now? When you were in the disciplinary office, didn't you say that you would testify in the principal's office? Why did you go back on your words? Gene Sheeson was shocked and angry. He pointed at Chun Afu and his body was shaking. Yeah, Director Gene, but I thought about it later. I couldn't lie to the principal and say something against my conscience, Chun Afu said innocently. At this point, although Chun Afu didn't say that it was Gene Sheeson who told him to lie, the people present weren't fools. They could understand the meaning behind Chun Afu's words. As soon as Chun Afu's voice fell, Li Huihua stared at Gene Sheeson coldly. Even Principal Li had a face full of anger. The main character who started this, Director Gene Sheeson, was sweating on the spot. Chapter 89. Director Gene, you're also a senior in this school. How can you be so unreasonable? Principal Li frowned and sighed. Gene Sheeson was a joke today. Chun Afu, don't lie with your eyes wide open. Tell me, did Yang Ming give you any benefits? Gene Sheeson yelled unwillingly. Director Gene, what benefits could he give me? Chun Afu shook his head. We're all classmates, and we're sitting in front of each other. It's normal to have some small conflicts, but it wasn't to the extent of beating each other up. At most, it was just for show. You, Gene Sheeson, was furious. "You're lying. You dare to trick me." As he said this, Jean Shisen was like a furious lion. He reached out his hand and wanted to slap Chun Afyu. "Old Jean, what are you doing?" Principal Lee was also angry. "What are you doing?" "Principal, you saw it too." "Director Jean." Chun Afyu looked like he wanted to say something, but anyone could see that he was saying that Director Jean used violence to force him to frame Yang Ming. "Okay, student Chun Afyu, you go back first. This matter ends here," Principal Lee said. "Oh, okay. Then I'll go first. Goodbye, Principal Lee." "Goodbye, Teacher Lee, Miss Zhao." Chun Afyu didn't say goodbye to Jean Shisen. Chun Afyu wasn't afraid of offending him. There was still a month before graduation. He didn't do anything wrong. What could he do to him? Besides, he was going to work after graduation. He didn't care about these things. After Chun Afyu left, Principal Lee said coldly, "Director Jean, you go back and reflect on yourself. Write a self-reflection letter. Do an in-depth examination at the middle-level leaders meeting next Monday." Yes. At this point, Jean Shisen had no chance to make a comeback. It was good enough that he didn't get into trouble. He didn't dare to say anything else. Self-reflection was the best result. Li Huihua and Zhao Ying didn't have anything else to do, so they left the principal's office. "Miss Zhao, what happened?" Li Huihua only understood the general situation and didn't know the details. "It's nothing." Chun Afyu flipped Yang Ming's table. Yang Ming hit him twice. "After that, I separated them," Zhao Ying said with a red face. Of course, she couldn't say that Chun Afyu falsely accused Yang Ming of hitting a plane. There was a reason why Chun Afyu changed sides at the last minute. It was like this. As mentioned earlier, he was a timid person. The reason why he exposed Yang Ming's crime in class was because he was impulsive and hot-headed. After the incident, this guy had a lingering fear. He suddenly remembered that Wang Jitao and Yang Ming had fought a few times and still wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. In the end, he had no choice but to have a good relationship with Yang Ming. What did Chun Afyu have to resist Yang Ming? Of course, he didn't know that Wang Jitao was just pretending to have a good relationship with Yang Ming. Because the matter was very secretive, Wang Jitao wouldn't tell his follower. So, Chun Afyu went back to the classroom. He immediately regretted it after he calmed down. If he really expelled Yang Ming because of himself, then his days would definitely not be good. So, after thinking about it, Chun Afyu decided to see if he could have a good relationship with Yang Ming. He didn't expect to see a scene at the door of the classroom. It made Chun Afyu more determined. In the classroom, Wang Jitao was standing next to Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, what's going on?" Wang Jitao hated Yang Ming, but he still had to put on a show. "Nothing. Chun Afyu is looking for trouble," Yang Ming said perfunctorily. "That's right, this guy is too outrageous. I have to talk to him later. We are all classmates. How can we have internal strife when we see each other?" Wang Jitao said indignantly. Chun Afyu heard Wang Jitao's words. He was shocked. It turned out that Wang Jitao was also biased towards Yang Ming. Since the master had expressed his opinion, how could the lackey go against the master's will? So, Chun Afyu quickly walked to Yang Ming and said in front of Wang Jitao, "Yang Ming, sorry. I was too impulsive in class. I apologize." And Yang Ming looked at Chun Afyu, who had a 180-degree change in attitude. Did this kid eat the wrong medicine? But whether he ate the wrong medicine or not, the other party had already admitted his mistake. Yang Ming couldn't say anything more. He just nodded and said, "It's okay. It's just a misunderstanding." "Yeah, we're all classmates." Wang Jitao saw the situation in front of him and quickly mediated. "That's right. The two of you are sitting in front of each other. Why you have to be so nervous?" But Wang Jitao's heart was about to explode. This Chun Afyu is such a piece of trash. You still admit your mistake to Yang Ming? Wang Jitao didn't want to have a tense relationship with Yang Ming, but it didn't mean that he didn't hate Yang Ming. So he hoped that others would find more things to target Yang Ming. But now, in front of Yang Ming, Wang Jitao couldn't say anything. He had to pretend to be very happy. Chun Afyu thought that his move got Wang Jitao's approval and was very proud. After that, there was a situation where Chun Afyu changed sides and Jin Shisen's face was ruined. Fuck! Jin Gang punched the wall fiercely. He didn't expect that his uncle couldn't handle Yang Ming, even if he took action personally. And he had also lost his only chance. This kind of thing didn't work. How could he expect a second time? Let's not talk about whether his uncle would help again. Even Principal Li wouldn't allow Jin Shisen to continue messing around. But Jin Gang wasn't satisfied. He was played by a student for nothing. He was a teacher, and he was the most powerful and violent PE teacher. He actually fell into the hands of a student. How could Jin Gang not be mad? Xiao Chao, how's the matter? Did you find out? Was it Yang Ming who killed that dick thing? Jin Gang dialed Chao Liwa's phone number. It wasn't Dick. It was Ji Shuaisheng. This matter was strictly sealed by the authorities. There was only a rumor in the underworld that old Dick was killed by a student. But as for the specific name, I couldn't find out. Chao Liwa said. Then Brother Da doesn't know? Jin Gang asked. Brother Da isn't too sure. But Brother Da is very angry. Since his underlings lost face here, then it was a slap to Brother Da's face. Brother Da is prepared to take action personally to help you take care of that kid. Chao Liwa said, Can Brother Da do it? Jin Gang was a little worried. If Yang Ming was really the person who killed Ji Shuaisheng, then even Fan Jiulong wasn't his opponent. What qualifications did Brother Da have? Hey, you don't know this. Brother Da is a well-known figure in Songjiang City's underworld. That was achieved with his punches and kicks. He's much better than Fan Jiulong. Chao Liwa explained. Okay, if it really can't be done, then don't ask for the money. Let Brother Da beat this Yang Ming half to death. It's best if he can stay in the hospital for a few months. Jin Gang's heart was filled with ruthlessness. Aren't you good at your studies? I'll make you unable to take the college entrance exam. Little brat, I'll torture you to death. Okay, I'll tell Brother Da your intentions. Chao Liwa said. After hanging up the phone, Jin Gang clenched his fist tightly. Yang Ming, you're finished. You cheated me of 50,000 yuan. Do you think it's easy for me to earn money? I'm just a teacher. 50,000 yuan, damn. This is such a huge amount. Jin Gang's father was a small boss who opened a decoration material store. His family was quite wealthy, but he rarely gave Jin Gang money. Jin Gang's father also knew that Jin Gang had a lot of bad friends. If he gave him money, wouldn't he spend all day drinking? Therefore, other than his salary, Jin Gang's father only gave him 1,000 yuan monthly allowance. This 30,000 yuan, Jin Gang saved up for more than a year. He didn't expect it to be gone so quickly. Yang Ming didn't know that Jin Gang didn't stop and wanted to mess with him. However, Yang Ming never put Jin Gang in his eyes. An enemy of this level was too weak and wasn't challenging at all. After school, Chun Mingyan quickly packed her bag and left first. Yang Ming smiled helplessly. Chun Mingyan's action was like burying her head in the sand. If it was before, the two of them would definitely walk out of the classroom together. But now, Chun Mingyan seemed to be avoiding something and didn't want too many people to see it. However, Yang Ming was very happy. Because of this, it showed that Chun Mingyan was interested in him. Only a thief would feel guilty. As expected, Yang Ming saw Chun Mingyan at the bus stop not far from the school gate. Why are you so slow? Chun Mingyan looked at Yang Ming and frowned. She said with dissatisfaction, Isn't it because of Chun Afu? He messed up my things. I had to tidy it up for a long time. Yang Ming shook his head. Chun Afu? Oh yeah, what happened in class today? Chun Mingyan asked curiously. Why did he say that? Chapter 90. Which one? Yang Ming asked with a smirk. Stop it. Chun Mingyan's face turned red. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Hee hee. Are you talking about masturbating? Yang Ming knew that couples who were in love would occasionally discuss some private topics that would help improve their relationship. This was what Zhang Bin told him, and Yang Ming thought so too. And Chun Mingyan made a very small sound from her nose and nodded shyly. Chun Mingyan was already 18 years old. She wasn't a bookworm who didn't know anything and only knew how to study. Chun Mingyan roughly knew what the term masturbating meant. She was just curious why Chenafyu would say that Yang Ming was masturbating. This kid has masturbated too much. He thinks that everyone is like him. I was just swinging my legs, so he misunderstood. This kid's thinking is too wretched. Yang Ming said shamelessly. Chen Mingyan was speechless. This explanation was too much. However, Chen Mingyan suddenly had an idea to tease Yang Ming. Then, do you masturbate? Me? Ugh. Yang Ming's face was very thick. He was only slightly embarrassed and continued. According to the survey of an authoritative organization, 90% of men have dedicated their first time to their own hands. Then, you mean that you have it too? Chen Mingyan simply let go of her face and teased Yang Ming, who asked him to always make fun of me. This time, I will let him have a taste of being made fun of. Don't think that girls don't know how to make dirty jokes. Turn over a new leaf and sing, sing, sing. Ugh. Yang Ming was embarrassed again. He didn't expect that the pure Chen Mingyan would also discuss this issue with him. Looking at Yang Ming's embarrassed look, Chen Mingyan felt good. Hee, let's see if you can make fun of me next time. And you can say that. But I only do it occasionally, only occasionally. Yang Ming suddenly said seriously, but I think I will say goodbye to masturbating in the future. Chen Mingyan was baffled when she heard this. What does he mean? Yang Ming didn't wait for Chen Mingyan to ask and continued. Because I have you in the future, I don't have to masturbate myself anymore. Huh? Have me? What does that mean? Don't have to masturbate himself? Chen Mingyan was confused. Was it that Yang Ming was asking her to masturbate for masturbate? She couldn't help but be embarrassed, and she said. She couldn't help but be ashamed, and she couldn't help but. Don't even think about it. I won't do that with you. AI. Chen Mingyan really wanted to cry. She thought that she could tease Yang Ming once. She didn't expect that she would be taken advantage of by him in the end. However, things weren't over yet. Yang Ming didn't intend to let go of Chen Mingyan. What do you mean, do that with me? What am I thinking? Yang Ming's face was full of question marks. It seemed that he really didn't understand Chen Mingyan's words. En? You're still pretending. Chen Mingyan said in a bad mood. I'm not pretending. I mean, since I met you, I have become diligent and eager to learn. I don't have time to think about some unhealthy things. Is that wrong? Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words. Her face was so red that it was going to explode. Could it be that he really didn't mean that? Did I think wrongly? However, when Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's faint smile, Chen Mingyan knew that she was fooled by him again. Yang Ming, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Goodbye. At this time, a bus came. Chen Mingyan turned around and got on the bus. Yang Ming smiled. He knew that Chen Mingyan wouldn't be angry with him, so he followed her and got on the bus. Do you have change? Chen Mingyan searched her pockets for a long time. She found that the smallest denomination was a 10 yuan bill. She was already very familiar with Yang Ming, so she didn't need to be polite with him. Yang Ming put the 2 yuan that he had already prepared into the coin slot. What are you laughing at? Chen Mingyan said angrily. Nothing. Someone said goodbye. Why are you still talking to me? Yang Ming laughed. Don't make that kind of joke in the future. It's not funny at all. Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming and calmed down. Because it was the rush hour, there were a lot of people on the bus. At another stop, there were more than 10 people in the crowded bus. Go further in. Let the people behind come up. Otherwise, no one can leave. The driver shouted at the bus. It's so crowded. Where's the space? Someone on the bus immediately complained. Take the next bus. Why do you have to squeeze in? It's rush hour. It's not easy for everyone. Go further in. I can't close the door and drive. The driver continued to shout. Aya, don't squeeze. It hurts people. There were a few more complaints. However, a few more people squeezed into the bus that looked like it was going to explode. I say, your bus is really big. How do you know that it can hold so many people? The person who came last said to the driver gratefully. I'm not bragging. I drive every day. There are more crowded places. Let me tell you, at the next stop, there are still a few people who can squeeze in. The driver said proudly. Oh, where's the space? The person looked around. Space? Space is like a cleavage. It will be there if you squeeze. the driver said with a smile. The people on the bus listened to the driver's words and couldn't help but laugh. Some of the male passengers couldn't help but glance at the breasts of the female passengers. Yang Ming was also one of them. He lowered his head and looked at Chun Mingyan in front of him. Hee, I can faintly see a cleavage. What are you looking at? Chun Mingyan immediately noticed Yang Ming's lecherous gaze. I'm looking to see if yours is crowded, Yang Ming said subconsciously. Yang Ming, Chun Mingyan, was already on the verge of collapse. Now that she was provoked by Yang Ming, she immediately exploded. Chun Mingyan raised her leg and wanted to stomp on Yang Ming. She didn't expect something so coincidental to happen. There was a signal light in front. The driver braked, and the people on the bus leaned forward. Chun Mingyan also raised her leg at this time. Chun Mingyan's knee hit Yang Ming's little brother. Ouch! Yang Ming opened his mouth exaggeratedly. In fact, Yang Ming didn't feel much pain at all. Chun Mingyan's strength was weak. Although it seemed to be driven by inertia, the damage caused to Yang Ming was minimal. However, Yang Ming's brain turned and made a decision in an instant. They saw that Yang Ming's body was half curled up, and his expression was very painful as he bent over. Because there were many people on the bus, Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan were facing each other. So, when Yang Ming bent over, his face was naturally attached to Chun Mingyan's chest. Smelling Chun Mingyan's body fragrance, Yang Ming's lower body began to move again. It's so cool. If I could lie down and sleep like this every day, it would be cool. When Chun Mingyan saw Yang Ming's appearance, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She also knew which part of Yang Ming's body her knee had touched. When she was young, she learned a few women's self-defense skills from her father. She knew that the most vulnerable part of a man's body was this, so this skill was the most ruthless. If she used too much force, the man was likely to be eunuch. Yang Ming, are you okay? Chun Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with a pale face. She even ignored the fact that Yang Ming was taking advantage of her. How could Yang Ming say that he was okay? He was enjoying it. He thought that Zhao Ying's was the biggest, but now it seemed that Chun Mingyan's wasn't small either. Moreover, it wasn't squeezed out. It was the real deal. It hurts. Yang Ming reached out and pinched his thigh. He tried to make his expression look painful. See, Yang Ming, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Why don't we go to the hospital? Chun Mingyan wasn't a boy. She didn't know much about this. When she saw Yang Ming's expression, she was very worried. It's okay. Let me lie like this for a while. Maybe we'll be fine after a while. Yang Ming rubbed his face on Chun Mingyan's chest. It was summer now. Chun Mingyan only wore a thin bra, so the real texture of her chest made Yang Ming feel so good that he really wanted to reach out and grab it. However, he knew that he would definitely be exposed if he grabbed it. Although the feeling now was a little worse, it was already very good. Oh, okay. Chun Mingyan agreed. She didn't associate Yang Ming's current behavior with eroticism. Therefore, Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan snuggled together like a couple. However, people nowadays were used to this kind of scene. There were many people who kissed and even made love in the car. Yang Ming's hug was nothing. In the eyes of outsiders, Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan were hugging each other at this moment. It was just that Yang Ming's head was very low. Chapter 91. The next stop was the supermarket that they were going to. Yang Ming couldn't continue to pretend. He had to raise his head and squeeze in the direction of the door. After getting out of the car, Chun Mingyan asked with concern, Yang Ming, how do you feel now? Ugh, it's still very painful, Yang Ming said with a bitter face. I guess I really have to say goodbye to masturbating in the future. Yang Ming, what time is it now? You're still joking, Chun Mingyan said anxiously. Then let's not go to the supermarket. Let's go to the hospital quickly. No need. Let's wait and see. Yang Ming shook his head and said, let's hurry and buy things. I'm fine. Maybe I'll be fine tomorrow. Are you really fine? Chun Mingyan was still a little worried. Let's see later. If it's really not good, we'll go to the hospital, Yang Ming said perfunctorily. Oh, okay. Let's walk slowly. Is it inconvenient for you? Chen Mingyan glanced at Yang Ming's lower body with the corner of her eyes. Her face turned red again. And it's fine. Yang Ming was actually fine. But if he walked slowly, he could spend more time with Chen Mingyan and cultivate their relationship. Songjiang Zinmate Supermarket was a local supermarket brand. The price was fair and the quality was good. For those supermarkets that were built with foreign investment, Yang Ming was still very resistant. To develop the economy, he would naturally support national enterprises. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were both pushing a cart, just like other couples who came here to shop. Yang Ming was handsome and powerful. Chen Mingyan was beautiful and tall. They attracted a lot of attention. Yang Ming was simple. He just bought 2 bags of melon seeds. Chen Mingyan was a girl, so she was very interested in snacks. She bought a car full of sour and plum snacks and walked to the shelf of potato chips. She wanted to take some, but she was afraid that she would get fat. While she was hesitating, Yang Ming helped her take a bag and threw it into the car. This thing is high in calories. You'll get fat if you eat it. Chen Mingyan was still a little hesitant. Why are you fat? You're so thin. Besides, it doesn't matter if you eat a pack occasionally. Yang Ming said. Oh. Chen Mingyan nodded obediently. Chen Mingyan was in her senior year of high school. She didn't have much time to shop at the supermarket. Since she was here today, she naturally bought more things. When she walked to the counter that sold paper towels, Chen Mingyan suddenly remembered that she was running out of sanitary napkins. She wanted to buy 2 bags, but she was a little embarrassed because Yang Ming was beside her. Yang Ming, can you help me get a bottle of water? I'm a little thirsty. Chen Mingyan didn't like to trouble others, but what she wanted to do now was to temporarily send Yang Ming away. Oh, okay. Yang Ming nodded and walked to the beverage area. Oh yeah, I haven't asked her what she wants to drink. Thinking of this, Yang Ming turned around and walked back. Mingyan, what do you want to drink? Chen Mingyan just wanted to reach for a pack of an heirloom sanitary napkins on the shelf. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she suddenly retracted her hand. I was scared to death. Chen Mingyan sighed. Master Kong green tea. Oh, okay. Yang Ming nodded after listening and turned away. Chen Mingyan was relieved after she made sure that Yang Ming was far away. From here to the beverage area, a round trip would take at least 2 to 3 minutes. It was almost time. An heirloom and Jiao Shuang. Which one is better? Chen Mingyan said to herself. Girls were very concerned about these personal things, so they were very careful when choosing. Yang Ming wanted to go to the beverage area, but he didn't take 2 steps. He saw that there was also Master Kong green tea in the beverage freezer. So he opened the door and took out a bottle. It was still cold. So Yang Ming quickly returned to Chen Mingyan's side. When he saw that Chen Mingyan was choosing sanitary napkins, he suddenly understood. It turned out that this little girl was shy and deliberately sent him away. Yang Ming had a plan in his mind. Miss, do you want to buy sanitary napkins? Can I ask if you have a large monthly quantity? Yang Ming deliberately lowered his voice. And the quantity isn't too big. Chen Mingyan just said half a sentence and felt that something was wrong. Why did this supermarket have a male salesperson to sell sanitary napkins? So she looked up strangely and couldn't help but be embarrassed. Yang Ming, do you want to die? The quantity isn't too big, Yang Ming said deliberately. Chen Mingyan pouted and took 2 packs of an heirloom and 2 packs of Jiao Shuang and threw them into the shopping cart. Right, why didn't you buy tampons? Yang Ming remembered the pack of tampons in Zhao Ying's room. Tampons? Chen Mingyan was stunned. Then she rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. You know a lot, but I don't use that kind of thing. Don't use? Why can't I use it? Yang Ming asked curiously. Don't use means don't use. There aren't so many whys, Chen Mingyan said unhappily. Yang Ming could only ask this question later. It seemed that Chen Mingyan was still shy. When it was time to pay, Yang Ming wanted to pay the bill. He didn't expect Chen Mingyan to take out her wallet and pay first. Because most of the things here were her things, especially a few packs of sanitary napkins. How could she let Yang Ming pay the bill? Although the 2 of them had a good relationship, after all, They hadn't established a relationship yet. Chun Ming-yin didn't want to be so shameless. Outside of the supermarket, the sky was still very bright. In summer, the sky turned dark late, so Yang Ming suggested to walk back. It was only one stop away from Chun Ming-yin's house, so she didn't care. She was only worried about Yang Ming. Are you okay there? I have to go home and check before I know. Yang Ming smiled. Oh, Chun Ming-yin didn't understand, so she could only nod. So, the two of them were like a couple. Each of them carried a plastic bag and walked in the direction of Chun Ming-yin's house. After a while, they walked to the neighborhood of Chun Ming-yin's house. Yang Ming, let's stop here. I'll go first. If the people in the courtyard see us like this, they will gossip. Chun Ming-yin said. What are we like? Yang Ming asked with a smile. We just walked together. Chun Ming-yin said and grabbed the bag in Yang Ming's hand. That's fine. See you tomorrow. Yang Ming nodded after listening. He also knew that, generally, there were some idle aunties downstairs who liked to gossip. And bye-bye. Chun Ming-yin waved her hand and walked into the neighborhood. When Chun Ming-yin walked away, he turned around and prepared to leave. Yang Ming, why are you here? Yang Ming turned around and saw Chun Fei. Uncle Chun, what a coincidence to meet you here. What coincidence? I live in this neighborhood. What about you? What are you doing here? Asked Chun Fei. I'm sending a classmate home. Yang Ming smiled. Classmate? Is it a boy or a girl? Chun Fei asked calmly. Female. I say, Uncle Chun, why do you look like you're checking my household registration? Said Yang Ming. I'm just asking. Chun Fei said, if there's nothing, then go home quickly. The college entrance examination is coming. If you have time to review, then wait until you go to university. Oh, I know. Yang Ming was still quite afraid of Chun Fei. In the evening, when Yang Ming went online, he met wild female teacher who asked him to play do diju. Anyway, Yang Ming had nothing to do, so he played with her for a while. Yang Ming looked at Chun Ming-yin's net number. It was still gray. It seemed that she didn't go online much. Chun Ming-yin's nickname was Little Yin. It was a very common name. She probably didn't chat normally. After winning more than 1,000 points with wild female teacher, Yang Ming went offline. After that, Yang Ming casually looked at the web for a while and went to sleep. The next morning, Jean Gang came to Zhao Ying's office. Zhao Ying, let's sit together when we watch a movie in the afternoon. I bought a lot of snacks, said Jean Gang. And? Watch a movie? I'm not going. Zhao Ying was sleepy now. Because of Yang Ming, Zhao Ying was a little upset these days. Every night, she used the internet to numb herself. In the past few days, she had made a good friend who was willing to accompany her to cheat and win points. This made her feel a little better. However, last night, that friend had accompanied her to win more than 1,000 points. Zhao Ying felt that it was too little, so she started playing by herself. She didn't expect that not only did she lose more than 1,000 points, but she also lost more than 2,000 points that she won previously. When Zhao Ying looked up, she realized that it was already past 4 in the morning. How could she not be sleepy after only 3 hours of sleep? Why don't you go? Are the other teachers going? Jean Gang didn't give up and asked. I'm a little uncomfortable. I just want to go home and sleep in the afternoon. Zhao Ying said tiredly. If that's the case, then next time. Jean Gang also saw that Zhao Ying was yawning again and again. It didn't seem like she was lying to him, so he didn't insist. Jean Gang walked out of Zhao Ying's office with disappointment, but he saw Yang Ming walking over. This was the person that Jean Gang didn't want to see the most. When he saw him, Jean Gang remembered his humiliating history. He wanted to go crazy. Chapter 92. Originally, Jean Gang wanted to pretend that he didn't see anything and walked past Yang Ming. He didn't expect Yang Ming to speak first. Teacher Jean? So early? In early, Jean Gang said perfunctorily. He didn't want to talk too much with Yang Ming. Are you trying to curry favor again? Yang Ming said sarcastically. Fuck. Jean Gang held back his anger. He really wanted to beat up Yang Ming, but he didn't dare. Let's not talk about whether he was Yang Ming's opponent. Even if he beat Yang Ming, if he took the opportunity to complain to the principal, then he would suffer. Oh, don't forget my bicycle. I've been walking to school these days. After you buy it, you can directly send the key to my class. You don't have to be polite, Yang Ming said with a smile. Jean Gang's face was green with anger. Good, you're really good. You can be arrogant for a few more days. After a few days, when you're hospitalized, you won't be so cocky anymore. Yang Ming came to the class and saw that Chen Mingyan was already there. He smiled at her. Chen Mingyan also saw Yang Ming. Her face turned red. Then she lowered her head and continued to read. Zhang Bin, what are you studying? Yang Ming patted Zhang Bin's shoulder, scaring him. Yang Ming, you scared me. I thought class leader Li was here. Zhang Bin saw that it was Yang Ming. He raised the thing in his hand and said, I brought a game console. NDSL. Why did you bring this? Yang Ming asked curiously. Aren't we watching a movie in the afternoon? It's not interesting, so I brought the game console. How about it? Sit with me. Let's play together. Zhang Bin said. If you want to watch a movie, just watch a movie. Why are you playing games? Yang Ming was puzzled. Hey, what kind of good movie can the school organize? It must be some old movies. Zhang Bin said with a look of disdain. Maybe it's a blockbuster. It's hard to say. Yang Ming shook his head. He didn't believe that the free movie organized by the school would be good. I don't even watch blockbusters. I've seen all the recent blockbusters on the internet. All right, you should buy an NDSL too. We can play a lot of games online. Zhang Bin said. Forget it. I'm not interested in playing games, Yang Ming said. In the afternoon, the entire senior year of high school marched towards the Workers' Cultural Palace. There were no cars, so they could only walk. However, this place was not very far from number 4 high school. In order not to reveal anything, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan did not walk together on the way to the Cultural Palace. Chen Mingyan walked with a very nice girl, while Yang Ming walked with Zhang Bin. After entering the cinema, Yang Ming looked for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming, sit here. It's close to the door. It's convenient to leave. Zhang Bin pointed to 2 empty seats. I'm not sitting here. I'm looking for someone. Yang Ming shook his head. Looking for someone? Zhang Bin was stunned. Suddenly, he showed an ambiguous smile. At this moment, Chen Mingyan was also searching for Yang Ming in the dark crowd. Mingyan, what are you looking at? Chen Mingyan's good friend, Li Chuanyuan asked. Looking for someone, Chen Mingyan replied. Looking for someone? Oh, I know. Li Chuanyuan also showed an ambiguous expression. At this time, Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan also saw Yang Ming. The two of them waved at each other and smiled at each other. Everything was in silence. Yang Ming squeezed toward Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan picked a 4-person seat and sat down. Chen Mingyan just sat down. A student from another class sat next to Chen Mingyan. This guy was called Lu Tao. He was one of the ruthless people in the school. He was involved in fights. He was one of the more powerful people in the school. Whether it was in a good school or a bad school, there were some more ruthless students. They were similar to the school boss. These people often didn't want to go to university. They just came to get a diploma. They didn't usually go to class. They often gathered together, smoking and fighting. If there was any conflict between classes, it was usually better to find them to solve it. Both sides would give face. And Lu Tao was such a person. He also had some feelings for Chen Mingyan. It was just that he didn't have much contact with her. This time, there was a rare opportunity. Lu Tao naturally wouldn't let it go. There is someone here. Chen Mingyan frowned. Someone? Let him go sit aside. Lu Tao said indifferently. Before Chen Mingyan could speak, a thug grabbed Lu Tao's back collar and pulled him up. Fuck. Lu Tao just wanted to get angry. He turned around and saw that it was Yang Ming. His face changed immediately. Brother Yang, are you looking for me? You asked me to go aside. Do you think there's a problem? Yang Ming scolded in his heart. You look like a fat pig. You want to pick up Chen Mingyan? Dream on. This is Brother Yang's seat. I don't know. Then I will go. Lu Tao said quickly. If he was the ruthless person in the school, then Yang Ming was the ruthless person among the ruthless people. It was just that in the later part of high school, Yang Ming was much quieter. The position of the ruthless person was gradually replaced by Li Dagong. But Li Dagong was also Yang Ming's man. Lu Tao couldn't afford to offend any of these people. Don't harass my wife in the future, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. Yang Ming looked at Lu Tao and said fiercely, "Wife." After Chen Mingyan heard it, her face turned red. She didn't expect Yang Ming to say that. However, Chen Mingyan was a smart girl. She knew that she couldn't refute it this time. If she refuted, Yang Ming's face would be lost. So, Chen Mingyan kept silent. With her silence, Zhang Bin and Li Chuanyuan looked at each other. These two people really did have an affair. When Lu Tao heard it, the famous girl already had a master, and this master was Yang Ming. He immediately dispelled the idea of competing and left resentfully to find the next target. Helplessly, he was delayed here for a while. Most of the people were already seated. "Yang Ming, what are you talking about?" After Lu Tao left, Chen Mingyan complained with dissatisfaction. "If I didn't say that, he would still pester you in the future." Yang Ming explained. "But you can't talk nonsense. What if he tells others?" Chen Mingyan was a little worried. "He dares," Yang Ming said with disdain. Zhang Bin and Li Chuanyuan looked at the two of them ambiguously. "You two are already together. Why are you afraid of others talking about it? What are you looking at?" Chen Mingyan couldn't stand this wretched gaze. "Nothing. I'm just curious. Both of you did a good job of keeping secrets." Li Chuanyuan looked at Yang Ming and said, "Yeah, Yang Ming, you're wrong. Why did you hide it from your brother?" Zhang Bin also looked at Chen Mingyan sneakily. "We're not." Chen Mingyan just wanted to explain, but Yang Ming said, "Mingyan hasn't promised me yet." Chen Mingyan sweated. "With your explanation, it's over. Forget it. Anyway, the college entrance examination is coming. I'm not afraid of what others say." Chen Mingyan made up her mind and thought. "Oh, I understand." Zhang Bin and Li Chuanyuan nodded at the same time, showing a look of realization. They thought that the relationship between the two of them was basically confirmed. Maybe it was just that Chen Mingyan didn't want to admit it because of her face. Eat. Chen Mingyan couldn't stand these two guys. She took out the delicious food that she bought yesterday from her backpack. "What did you bring? It's such a big bag." Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan's bag strangely. "Did you bring the sanitary pads that you bought yesterday?" And Zhang Bin and Li Chuanyuan's sensitive ears were stunned at the same time. Sure enough, these two people still have secrets. Could it be that they're already living together? Or else, they bought sanitary pads together? Chen Mingyan was helpless. She stared at Yang Ming and whispered, "Yang Ming, you did it deliberately, right? Are you afraid that others don't know about our relationship?" Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue." Yang Ming smiled. "Slip of the tongue? Let me tell you, Yang Ming, do you know what it means to be in the opposite direction? If you want me to hate you, you can do it like this." Chen Mingyan said with some anger. Although she had a good impression of Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan was a person with strong principles. If she didn't go to university, she was determined not to break the window paper. Even if the relationship between the two of them was close, everything had to wait until after the National Higher Education entrance examination. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and was stunned. Indeed, he seemed to be a little carried away during this period of time. He naturally put Chen Mingyan in the position of his girlfriend. Especially after the scene on the bus and in the supermarket yesterday, the relationship between the two of them quickly became closer. It could be said that they were only one step away from confessing to each other. Therefore, Yang Ming was somewhat unscrupulous today, but Chen Mingyan's words made Yang Ming suddenly wake up. Yes, Chen Mingyan had already said that she had to go to university before thinking about the relationship. "I was really anxious thinking of this," Yang Ming said with some depression. "I'm sorry, Mingyan. I didn't mean it. I just couldn't help it." Chapter 93. "Okay, I understand," Chen Mingyan said faintly. Zhang Bin saw Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan whispering in each other's ears. He couldn't help but laugh. What are you whispering about? Why are you whispering so softly? You don't want me and Li Chuanyuan to hear?" "Nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. And Zhangbin felt a bit strange. What happened to Yang Ming? But he didn't take it to heart. After that, Yang Ming's mood was a bit down. He sat there quietly and didn't say a word. Chen Mingyan also knew that her words seemed to be a bit harsh. Yang Ming wouldn't have any thoughts, right? Chen Mingyan was worried that Yang Ming's studies would be affected because of this, so she was a bit uneasy. Sure enough, as Zhangbin expected, the cinema showed a very old film called Skater Dream Team. It was a youth film that inspired people's fighting spirit. However, Yang Ming had already seen it on TV. He was in his third year of high school, and the National College entrance examination was coming soon. It was understandable to show such a film, but it was a bit too old. After a while, Zhangbin picked up the game console and started playing. After a while, he was so engrossed that he didn't even see the potato chips that Yang Ming gave him. As for Li Chuanyuan, after watching the movie for a while, she felt that it was boring and fell asleep. The third year of high school was one of the most difficult days of life. Many students lacked sleep, so the entire cinema was filled with a drowsy atmosphere. At a glance, not many people were watching the movie seriously. In Yang Ming's row, only Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were staring at the screen with their own thoughts. It was unknown if they were really watching the movie. At least, Yang Ming was a bit absent-minded. Yang Ming, are you okay there? Chen Mingyan broke the silence and took the initiative to find a topic. Since he had touched Yang Ming, it was necessary to show some concern. Oh, Yang Ming stared blankly for a moment, then sighed, AI. What's wrong? Chen Mingyan was nervous when she saw Yang Ming like this. I really have to say goodbye to taking a plane in the future, Yang Ming said with a sad face. He had thought about it all night and came up with a very dirty idea. He was going to implement it during the movie today. Therefore, Yang Ming was waiting for Chen Mingyan's words. What's going on? Yang Ming, what happened to you? Chen Mingyan didn't really understand, but she was sure that the problem was very serious. Yesterday, Chen Mingyan deliberately found the women's anti-pervert teaching material to inquire about the consequences of a man being hit. It was clearly written in the book that if it was serious, it could cause a man's sexual dysfunction, such as impotence, premature ejaculation, inability to get an erection, and even loss of fertility. Chen Mingyan was shocked when she saw it. She regretted her actions during the day. AI. Yang Ming pretended to be in pain, but he was happy in his heart. It seemed that Chen Mingyan was going to take the bait soon. Yang Ming, don't scare me. Chen Mingyan was a little excited. Her voice was slightly louder. She was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth. She looked around. Fortunately, other than Zhang Bin, who was engrossed in playing the ND Cell game, the others were sleeping. Chen Mingyan's voice also pulled Yang Ming back to reality. He suddenly thought of what Chen Mingyan just said to him. When things reach an extreme, they will go in the opposite direction. The flame of desire in his heart was suddenly extinguished. Forget it. It's fine. Yang Ming shook his head. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's hesitant look. She felt that Yang Ming must have something. He must be hiding something from her. Chen Mingyan couldn't be assured. She quickly asked, Yang Ming, tell me. It's really fine. Yang Ming shook his head. He thought, Mingyan, don't tempt me again. I'll just calm down. No, you must have something. You can't lie to me. Chen Mingyan said anxiously. Yang Ming, who are we? What is there to hide? Who are we? These words were too ambiguous. Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. You forced me to say this, Mingyan. If you know the truth in the future, don't blame me. Yang Ming clenched his teeth and pretended to be very sad. He said, after I went home last night, it didn't hurt much, but I found another problem. What problem? Chen Mingyan asked quickly. After that, I watched an adult film for a while. Yang Ming was afraid that Chen Mingyan didn't understand, so he explained, and it was that kind of film, but my lower part didn't have any reaction at all. Chen Mingyan wasn't a child. Of course, she knew what Yang Ming meant by no reaction. Could it be that it was like what the book, Women's Protection Against Pervert, said, that he was impotent? Really? Chen Mingyan's voice changed. No reaction at all? And it wasn't hard at all. Yang Ming nodded. Then what should we do? Chen Mingyan's voice had a hint of crying. Do you want me to accompany you to the hospital to check it out? AI, it's useless. Yang Ming shook his head. Unless, forget it, it's nothing. Unless what? Chen Mingyan said in a hurry. Yang Ming, tell me. Unless what? No, I'm just talking nonsense. Yang Ming wanted to say something, but he stopped. Yang Ming, you say it quickly. If you don't say it, I'll be angry. Chen Mingyan pretended to be angry. Actually, I read on the internet that the best way to treat a man's impotence is... Yang Ming paused. What? You say it quickly. I'm so anxious. Chen Mingyan asked with a frown. That is, let the woman he likes help him. Yang Ming whispered in Chen Mingyan's ear. This is it really okay? After Chen Mingyan heard it, her face turned red. She asked with some uncertainty. And that's what the internet said. But forget it, it's not fair to you. Yang Ming had a righteous look. What's not fair? It's not fair to treat you. Chen Mingyan thought that she was the one who made Yang Ming like this. She wanted to do something for Yang Ming. You're not my girlfriend now. If you do this, it won't be good. If it gets out, how are you going to face others? Yang Ming said, how about this? Wait until you agree to be my girlfriend in the future. Then we'll try again. But won't that delay it? Chen Mingyan asked with some worry. AI, it seems that Chen Mingyan's principle is too strong. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to use the words just now to provoke Chen Mingyan, then win her over and make her agree to be his girlfriend. He didn't expect that Chen Mingyan didn't agree. It shouldn't be. This illness isn't cancer. It doesn't matter if it's delayed, right? Yang Ming said deliberately. What he meant was that the longer it was delayed, the more serious it would be. Chen Mingyan certainly understood this. She clenched her teeth and said, only you and I know about this. If we don't say it, how would others know? No matter what, I've decided to try it. Really? Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to agree to him. Did happiness come too quickly, or did it come naturally? And Chen Mingyan said with a red face, but I haven't done it before. I don't know how to do it. You have to help me, okay? Yang Ming looked around. Zhang Bin was wearing headphones and playing The Legend of Zelda DS. He was holding a touch pen and dueling with the big boss. He turned a deaf ear to the things around him. Li Chunyuan was sleeping like a log. Wait. Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming was about to take off his pants and said quickly, let's forget about it. When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan's words, he thought that she was going back on her words. Yang Ming also blamed himself. Was I too much? Although this way, the relationship between Chen Mingyan and myself was settled. If one day Chen Mingyan knew the truth, would she blame me? If Chen Mingyan had a knot in her heart because of this incident, then he would be guilty of a great sin. No. Chen Mingyan shook her head and said. She opened her school bag and pulled out a small windbreaker. She handed it to Yang Ming. Cover us with this. Don't let others see it later. So it was because of this. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Mingyan was so thoughtful. Yang Ming took the small windbreaker and opened it. He covered himself and Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan tucked in the corner of the windbreaker so that there were no gaps. Then she said to Yang Ming, okay, we will close our eyes and pretend to be asleep. Try to speak softly. As Chen Mingyan said this, she leaned her body toward Yang Ming. Yang Ming also leaned his body over. In this way, in the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were like a pair of sleeping couple snuggling together. The windbreaker was used as a blanket to block the wind. Chapter 94. Chen Mingyan wasn't an irrational person. She could make this decision mainly because she cared too much about Yang Ming. Although she didn't admit it, her mind was occupied by Yang Ming. What's more, this incident was entirely caused by her. It was only right for her to contribute something. Moreover, Chen Mingyan was also very clear that if the two of them continued with their current relationship, they would definitely become a couple in university. Therefore, Chen Mingyan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She was just a little shy. Are you done? Chen Mingyan looked around nervously. No one was paying attention to this side. Then, I'm starting. Chen Mingyin's nervous voice trembled. And let's start. Yang Ming nodded excitedly. After 30 seconds, Chen Mingyin still didn't move. Although she had made up her mind, thinking and doing were two different things. No matter what, Chen Mingyin was a very pure girl. Suddenly, she had to use her hand to touch a man's private part. It made her somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Ming seemed to notice Chen Mingyin's awkwardness. He reached out and grabbed Chen Mingyin's little hand. Is this considered holding hands? In this case, Chen Mingyin didn't have time to think about it. She only felt that her hand was hot and touched a pillar-like thing. Chen Mingyin was shocked. She only felt that her face was so red that it could light up the dim cinema. She suddenly froze there. Her little hand immediately sweated. She touched Yang Ming's private part. She didn't dare to hold it, but she couldn't bear to leave. Although Yang Ming was no longer a virgin, because of the framing incident, he gave his first time to a girl named Lin Jiyun. However, because he was half awake and drunk, Yang Ming couldn't recall what it felt like at that time. Therefore, when Chen Mingyin's hand touched his body, Yang Ming was still excited and immediately had a reaction. Chen Mingyin also felt the change in Yang Ming, which made her recover. She said shyly, Are you having a reaction? And Yang Ming's desire was burning again, especially here in the cinema. He felt excited to let Chen Mingyin do this for him. Then is it okay? Chen Mingyin said and wanted to withdraw her hand. Of course not. There must be a reason for what is written on the internet. If I don't finish, it may have the opposite effect, right? Helplessly, our poor female lead finally fell into Yang Ming's carefully woven trap under the lack of sexual knowledge. Of course, it wasn't very careful. If this person wasn't Chen Mingyin, maybe Yang Ming wouldn't be bothered to deceive her. But if it wasn't Chen Mingyin, who would be nervous about Yang Ming? In order to treat Yang Ming, Chen Mingyin had to continue to do mechanical exercises. Sure enough, it was much better than doing it by herself. In fact, this was entirely from Yang Ming's psychological effect. Chen Mingyin's technique was very unfamiliar. Obviously, she hadn't mastered the rhythm, but Yang Ming still felt very comfortable. This was because the person who helped him was Chen Mingyin. For a man, the mental stimulation was more intense than the physical stimulation. This was the reason why many men went out to find prostitutes when they had beautiful wives at home. If the feeling was the same when the lights were turned off, why would so many people go to nightclubs and bathing centers? This was the stimulation of the mind. The mental pleasure brought by different people was different, which directly led to the difference in the overall pleasure. At this moment, Yang Ming's hand couldn't help but press on Chen Mingyin's chest. Chen Mingyin was already very nervous. When Yang Ming touched her chest, her whole body was like being electrocuted. Yang Ming, what are you doing? But Yang Ming didn't hear Chen Mingyin's words at all. He just continued to say, Mingyin, continue. Chen Mingyin was anxious. She wanted to take Yang Ming's hand away from her chest, but she also knew that this was Yang Ming's instinct. Chen Mingyin's bottom line was once again swayed because of Yang Ming. In the end, the balance leaned toward Yang Ming's side. Chen Mingyin sighed helplessly and said to herself, forget it. This time, I will satisfy him. However, Yang Ming actually went overboard and started to pinch her. Chen Mingyin gritted her teeth and endured it. Mingyin, hurry up, Yang Ming said while panting. Do you think I'm a robot? Chen Mingyin was very depressed. Her wrist was going numb, but she still tried her best to cooperate with Yang Ming. Mingyin, I love you. Yang Ming grabbed Chen Mingyin's chest and said, say you love me, I love you. Chen Mingyin was very excited when she saw Yang Ming's appearance. She didn't dare to ask. She had to say, I love you, according to Yang Ming's meaning. However, when she said this, Chen Mingyin didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She just felt a little embarrassed. With a low roar, Yang Ming completed the final eruption. Chen Mingyin didn't know what happened to Yang Ming, but his hand was stained with a pile of paste. Chen Mingyin knew that it might be over. Is it over? Chen Mingyin looked at Yang Ming, who had a lascivious expression and was very satisfied, and frowned. And Yang Ming nodded in a low voice. If it's over, then take your hand away, Chen Mingyan said angrily. Oh. Yang Ming pretended to be suddenly enlightened. He reluctantly took his hand away from Chen Mingyan's chest. Open my bag and take out the tissue inside and get it to me. You messed with me. Why don't you have any eyesight? Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and picked up Chen Mingyan's bag. He found a pack of tissue inside. He opened it and handed it to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan took it with her other hand and carefully wiped her hand. Seeing that Yang Ming was still sitting there, Chen Mingyan asked, Aren't you going to wipe it yourself? You help me, Yang Ming said shamelessly. Chen Mingyan was silent for a moment. Then she said, Yang Ming, don't push your luck. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Chen Mingyan wasn't a fool. At the beginning, she had the attitude of treating Yang Ming. But later, when she saw Yang Ming's comfortable expression, it made her doubt whether Yang Ming deliberately asked her to help him. The association thought about Yang Ming's attitude before this. He didn't seem to be worried about his illness. Could it be that he already knew that there was nothing wrong and all this was just his conspiracy? So, in the end, Chen Mingyan really wanted to stop. But when she saw Yang Ming's comfortable expression, she couldn't bear it. So, she decided not to expose him and leave him some face. Just treat it as a reward for Yang Ming's academic progress during this period of time. But when she saw that Yang Ming still wanted to push his luck, Chen Mingyan naturally didn't care about him anymore. She just hinted to him that she already knew that he was narrow-minded. Everything should be done in moderation. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words. He was shocked. Did she notice it? Seeing that Chen Mingyan didn't have a particularly angry expression, Yang Ming was relieved. He quickly got a tissue and wiped himself. Hurry up. Don't get my windbreaker. Chen Mingyan didn't dare to throw the tissue on the chair. She had to wrap it up and put it in her pocket. She was going to throw it away when she went out later. It really got on my windbreaker. Chen Mingyan was a little angry, but she couldn't do anything. She rolled up the windbreaker and put it back into the school bag. Fortunately, from the beginning to the end, the two kids who did bad things weren't discovered by others. Zhang Bin was still playing The Legend of Zelda, and Li Changyuan was still sleeping. Mingyan, do you think Yang Ming thought, is the relationship between the two of us now considered as settled? Then, can I often play similar games with Chen Mingyan in the future? Even if we can't really do it, it's very refreshing now. What? Yang Ming, I'm telling you, only this once. Don't do it again, Chen Mingyan said. Today is a special situation. Chapter 95. Yang Ming thought that after a girl's first time, there would be a second and third time. He didn't expect Chen Mingyan's answer to be so firm. All of a sudden, he had sealed off his path. This feeling wasn't good. After the first time, of course, he wanted a second time. It seemed that the days ahead would be tough. Yang Ming couldn't help but feel depressed. Sigh. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's depressed look. She sighed faintly and comforted him. At least before the National Higher Education entrance examination. Don't even think about it. Chen Mingyan didn't know what she was thinking. Maybe she was just comforting Yang Ming. She didn't want this to affect his studies. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words. He knew that Chen Mingyan had agreed to be his girlfriend after the National Higher Education entrance examination. Because if she wasn't his girlfriend, how could there be any intimate action? Yang Ming was very excited. He wanted to shout, but when he saw Chen Mingyan glaring at him, he smiled awkwardly. Finally, Zhang Bin cheered. After playing for a whole night, I finally passed the level today. Zhang Bin's voice shocked Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. They looked at each other and thought that it was a close call. If they were a little slower, Zhang Bin might have found out. Zhang Bin took off his headphones and looked at Yang Ming. How's the movie going? Is it fun? It's okay. Don't you want to watch? Yang Ming answered casually. In fact, he didn't watch much. Do you want to play? Zhang Bin passed the game console to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took it and casually switched to Mario Kart to play. This was a racing game that was fun to frame others. It was not the same as the general racing game. Here, the entertainment value was relatively low. You could knock out different items to trap your opponents. Yang Ming, hit him with your turtle shell. You're so stupid. Chen Mingyan was also interested. She rarely played video games, but when she saw such a simple and interesting game, she naturally became interested. Do you want to play? Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan was interested in something other than studying, so he passed the game to her and taught her how to use it. Yang Ming chose a gorilla, but Chen Mingyan naturally didn't like this image, so she changed it to Princess Peach. Perhaps all girls had a natural talent for driving. Other than the first few times where she was not used to it, Chen Mingyan actually got first place again and again. This made Yang Ming very shocked. What do you think? Awesome, right? Chen Mingyan said proudly. Yang Ming was speechless. What a ruthless person. Even Zhang Bin opened his mouth wide. You even ran out the hidden characters? When the movie ended, all the hidden characters were run out by Chen Mingyan. Zhang Bin was very happy and shouted, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Chen Mingyan didn't want to explain. The more she explained, the easier it would be for people to misunderstand. Because of the movie, school ended a little earlier. When she got home, Chen Mingyan was going to wash the clothes, but she felt a little sleepy, so she lay on the bed for a while. She didn't expect that she would fall asleep in a daze. In the evening, when Mother Chan came home from work, she saw Chen Mingyan's shoes at the door, so she shouted, "Yonyan, you're back?" Seeing that there was no movement, Mother Chen pushed open the door of Chen Mingyan's room and found that Chen Mingyan was already asleep. So she shook her head and sighed, "AI, go to sleep. The 12th grade is too tiring." Fortunately, there is only 1 month left. Just as she was about to leave the room, Mother Chen suddenly saw Chen Mingyan's windbreaker on the floor, so she walked over and picked it up. She said to herself, "You're already a big child, but you still need your mother to help you wash the clothes." She also saw Chen Mingyan's jeans today and found that it was a little dirty, so she took it out of the house and went into the bathroom. "And what is this?" Mother Chen looked at the little white spots on Chen Mingyan's windbreaker and was a little suspicious, but she wasn't sure because vegetable soup could also cause this effect. However, after having doubts, Mother Chen began to carefully check Chen Mingyan's jeans. There was nothing suspicious on it, but she found a ball of used toilet paper in the pocket. Originally, Mother Chen wanted to throw it away, but she was afraid that there was something like a neutral wire in it, so she opened it to take a look. She was immediately stunned. Mother Chen put the toilet paper in front of her nose and sniffed it, and her face immediately changed. As an experienced person, Mother Chen naturally knew what this smell was. Mother Chen picked up the windbreaker again, and her eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Chen Mingyan slept very well this time. Recently, because she was studying hard, she always slept very late. After sleep, she felt much more energetic. When she opened her eyes, she found that the room was already dark. She looked at the colorful alarm clock on the bedside table. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Mingyan stretched and got out of bed. She casually turned on the light in the room. Right, the clothes haven't been washed yet. Chen Mingyan suddenly remembered the business and quickly jumped out of bed. But where are the clothes? Chen Mingyan stared blankly at the empty floor. I clearly remember that when I came home, I threw the windbreaker on the floor. Why is it suddenly gone? Could it be Mom? Chen Mingyan's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She couldn't help but scream in her heart, "Yang Ming, you're going to kill me. I'm finished. If Mom knows, what should I do?" Chen Mingyan walked out of the room nervously. When she heard the sound of the washing machine working in the bathroom, she was slightly relieved. "Yonyan, you are awake?" Mother Chen was watching TV in the living room when she heard the sound from Chen Mingyan's room, so she turned around and asked, "Mom, that is my windbreaker." Chen Mingyan asked carefully, "Oh, you're talking about the windbreaker. I washed it for you," Mother Chen said lightly. She just weighed the pros and cons for a long time and decided not to ask her daughter about this matter. After all, her daughter would be 18 years old after her birthday. She would have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Since her daughter didn't want to say it, then she didn't need to be nosy. The National Higher Education Entrance Examination was coming. Mother Chin didn't want to affect Chun Mingyin's mood because of this matter. Oh, I washed it. Chun Mingyin saw that her mother didn't have any special expression and was relieved. What are we eating tonight? Today your dad has a task at work. Why don't we go out to eat? Although Mother Chun didn't want to pursue this matter, she decided to ask about her daughter's life in a roundabout way. Did she have a boyfriend? Okay. Chun Mingyin was also a bit hungry. She ate a stomach full of snacks in the afternoon, but they weren't enough. Especially the one that helped Yang Ming. It consumed a lot of energy. Aya, this is so embarrassing. Chun Mingyin's face turned red again. Mother Chin looked at her daughter strangely. How can she blush when going out to eat? Mother Chin shook her head and thought, maybe it's because she just woke up. The mother and daughter went downstairs to the California Beef Noodle King. Each of them ordered a bowl of noodles and a plate of cucumber side dishes. Yeonyeon, you're a big girl in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. Mother Chin looked at Chun Mingyin with a smile. Mom, no matter how big I am, I'm still your daughter. Chun Mingyin said coquettishly. Yeah, but in a few years, you're going to get married and become someone's daughter-in-law. Mother Chin laughed. Mom, what are you talking about? How old am I? Who's going to get married? However, in Chun Mingyin's mind, she didn't know why, but Yang Ming's daughter-in-law of the Yang family appeared. She couldn't help but blush. Mother Chin saw her daughter's expression and thought that there was indeed a problem. So, she said calmly, You're so old. If it was in the past, you would be a mother of a few children. How is it? Do you have a boyfriend? Boyfriend? Chun Mingyin was stunned. Does Yang Ming count? She immediately denied it. Mom, what boyfriend? I already said that I'll think about this problem after I go to university. And Mom is just asking casually. Mother Chin thought that her daughter didn't want to tell her, so she didn't ask. She just said, my colleague child is only in the first year of high school, but she already has a boyfriend. But I don't think it's a big deal as long as it doesn't affect your studies. Mother Chun said this deliberately to show that she was very open-minded in front of her daughter. Mom, what's wrong with you today? Do you want me to find a boyfriend now? Chun Mingyin was a bit confused. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's eat. Mother Chun saw that it was time to eat, so she stopped the topic. Yeonyeon, was the movie good today? Movie? Was it okay? Chun Mingyin didn't know whether the movie was good or not. She helped Yang Ming in the first half of the movie and played games in the second half. Chapter 96. What was it? Tell me about it. Mother Chin didn't have any other intention. She just casually found a topic. Chun Mingyin didn't expect her mother to ask this. I was sleeping. I didn't pay much attention. Oh, right. Mother Chin suddenly realized that her daughter must have done something with a boy when they were watching a movie in the afternoon. Thinking of this, Mother Chun sighed slightly. My daughter is really grown up. She doesn't tell me anything anymore. Hee, let's eat. The food will be cold soon. Mother Chin saw that her daughter wasn't in a good mood, so she ate the noodles. After the mother and daughter finished their meal, Mother Chin turned on the hot water and prepared to take a bath. Yeonyeon, come take a bath with me. How do I take a bath together? Asked Chun Mingyin. Help me rub my back, said Mother Chun. Oh, okay. Chun Mingyin couldn't help it. She had to take off her clothes and follow her mother into the bathroom. After careful observation, Mother Chun was relieved that her daughter hadn't lost her virginity. It seemed that the two children just played some ambiguous games and didn't break through the last line of defense. Thinking of this, Mother Chun was relieved. It seemed that her daughter knew her limits. At night, Mother Chun told her husband that her daughter's windbreaker was stained with that thing. You were saying that Yeonyeon has already. Father Chin frowned. No, I specifically took a bath with her. After checking, Yeonyeon is still a virgin. Mother Chin said, Then what do you plan to do? Father Chin didn't have much of an emotional expression. Perhaps it was because of the nature of his work. It was common to see underage sex, not to mention that his daughter was already an adult. What else can we do? Yeonyeon isn't willing to say. We can't force her. Mother Chin said helplessly. And let's just leave it as it is. Don't mention it in the future. After the college entrance examination, I will talk to her. Father Chin said, That's the only way. Mother Chin sighed. Do you think we should teach our daughter about that? If something happens, the girl will be at a disadvantage. Mother Chin couldn't help it. Children nowadays matured early. Her colleague's son had a miscarriage with his girlfriend when he was in his first year of high school. After seeing so many things, it wasn't so resistant. This isn't necessary, right? Yin Yin should know her limits. Papa Chun thought to himself, I might as well popularize it to Yin Yin's boyfriend. This brat was really too much. He had to find an opportunity to give him a warning. And one of the parties involved in this matter, our number one beauty, Chun Ming Yin, couldn't sleep tonight. Maybe it was because she had slept last night, but now that she was lying on the bed, her mind kept thinking about what happened with Yang Ming in the afternoon. Before this, Chun Ming Yin would never have thought that she would help a guy do that kind of thing. Thinking of her mother's hesitant expression, Chun Ming Yin felt really annoyed. Yang Ming, you are so bad. Why does he have to appear in my life? Is that his true thoughts? Yang Ming said he loves me. Is that his true thoughts? In the blink of an eye, the sky outside the window turned bright. Chun Ming Yin fell asleep in the midst of her dilemma. The other party, Yang Ming, had a good sleep. In his dream, Chun Ming Yin became his girlfriend. The two of them hugged each other and took a walk by the beach. Watching movies was just a form of adjustment for the third year of high school. After a short rest, the intense study life came again. Monthly exam, second joint exam, district mock exam, city mock exam. All of them came one after another like a huge mountain. Yang Ming continued to use his X-ray vision and telescopic vision to cheat. However, this time he held back a little. He didn't copy too much. He just kept himself in the second place of the class and in the top 10 of the year. He was just behind Chun Ming Yin. Yang Ming, why do I feel like you did it on purpose? Once or twice, it could be a coincidence. But every time, she was first and Yang Ming was second. Chun Ming Yin was a little suspicious. How is that possible? It's easy to get first place on purpose. But have you ever seen someone get second place every time? Besides, I'm only a few points away from you every time. How can I possibly calculate so accurately? Yang Ming said with a smile. Chun Ming Yin thought about it. Yang Ming didn't know her results before. How could he be so accurate? Maybe it was God's will? Girls always think of romantic things. Apart from that one unconventional breakthrough in their relationship, there were no other intimate actions between them. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't want to, but Chun Ming Yin didn't give him any chance. Yang Ming also hinted to Chun Ming Yin to let her come to his house or watch a movie together. Chun Ming Yin flatly refused. Yang Ming's little tricks, such as waiting for an opportunity to touch Chun Ming Yin's breasts, didn't succeed. In short, Chun Ming Yin didn't give him any chance. Others were nervous, but Yang Ming was very relaxed. He didn't need to study, and he could get good results. Perhaps, other than Yang Ming, no one else could do it. Yang Ming still went online every day. Occasionally, he would chat with a superstar and play Fight the Landlord with wild female teacher. In the blink of an eye, it was the legendary Black June. Although the country's education system had been reformed many times, the number of universities was still too little compared to the current total number of students. Except for those who made special contributions to the country, most of the others still had to take the college entrance exam. A week before the college entrance exam, the school gave the candidates a holiday. Today was the last day in school. The teachers of each subject didn't teach anymore. They only told the students about the experience of the exam and things to take note of. Students, today is the last day of your high school career. You are about to enter one of the most important exam rooms in your life. I won't say anything else. There's only one sentence, which is to keep a calm mind. Don't be nervous. Restore everything you have learned on the college entrance exam. Don't leave any blank space. Write down what you know. If you don't know, you have to guess. Although, as a teacher, it's not very appropriate for my students to guess the answers. But for your grades, I have to tell you that you have to do this. Okay, you have to have confidence. You can do it. You can do it. I will cheer for you. Teacher Lee concluded. Finally, I wish all of you good luck. Keep it up. Originally, the atmosphere was still very tense, but Teacher Lee's last sentence made the students relax and laugh. It turned out that the teacher also knew how to use popular phrases. Among the laughing students, there was one person who was smiling evilly. This person was Wang Jitao. On the eve of the college entrance exam, he finally made his move. Chen Mingyan, I have something to say to you. Wang Jitao came to Chen Mingyan's table. Can you go to the corridor with me? What? Can't you say something here? Chen Mingyan obviously didn't want to go out with him alone. It's a very important thing. It's about Yang Ming. Wang Jitao said. Okay. Chen Mingyan hesitated, stood up, and walked out with Wang Jitao. Fuck. Motherfucker. As soon as I said it was about Yang Ming, you immediately came out. Wang Jitao was very angry, but Yang Ming was going to be kicked out soon. Wang Jitao, why are you looking for me? Chen Mingyan said faintly. Mingyan, your relationship with Yang Ming is good, right? Wang Jitao asked in a creepy way. Don't call me Mingyan. My relationship with Yang Ming is not something you need to worry about. Chen Mingyan was suddenly annoyed that Wang Jitao called her that. I have a stack of photos here. After you see it, you will know what kind of person Yang Ming is. Stay away from him in the future. Wang Jitao handed a bag of things to Chen Mingyan. What do you mean? What is this? Chen Mingyan didn't reach out. You will know when you see it. You don't want this matter to be known by everyone, right? Wang Jitao smiled. Chen Mingyan looked at Wang Jitao and took the things in his hand. When she opened it, she couldn't help but be shocked. This is Yang Ming? What do you think? Don't tell me you don't even recognize your classmates? Wang Jitao laughed. How did you get this photo? Chen Mingyan frowned. She didn't comment on Yang Ming, but she was suspicious of Wang Jitao's purpose. It's a coincidence. I got it from a website editor. That day, the police happened to be in time for an inspection. They caught a few prostitutes in Heavenly Earth. The editor took a few photos with a digital camera and wanted to expose it on the website. Wang Jitao explained, My family has shares in Heavenly Earth. You know that once this kind of thing is exposed, it will affect the business. If people know that we are not safe here, there will always be an inspection. Who would dare to come here? So the hotel gave the editor a sum of money to buy the photos. Chapter 97. Then how do you know about this? Chen Mingyan asked coldly. This? Wang Jitao was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Mingyan to be able to remain calm in this situation. He thought that Chen Mingyan would be furious. However, Wang Jitao was still considered a young schemer. His mind worked quickly. That editor is still young, so my father couldn't make an appearance. Coincidentally, my father wanted to train me, so he sent me to contact that editor. So, I don't have any other intention. I just want to remind you that Yang Ming is not a very honest person. Chen Mingyan looked at the photo in her hand. For a moment, all the joys and sorrows in her heart surged. It's really Yang Ming. He was only wrapped in a bath towel, and he was taken out of the hotel by two police officers with a lewd expression. Even if Chen Mingyan didn't come into contact with this, she could guess why he was taken away by the police without wearing any clothes. Chen Mingyan was heartbroken. For the first time, she had the feeling of being betrayed by her lover. That feeling was like her heart was taken out by someone. She was helpless, hesitant, and at a loss. It was also a coincidence. The date on the photo had been changed by Wang Jitao with the computer. He changed it to a recent date. He was afraid that someone would associate the photo with that incident. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. But our smart male lead was a victim of his own cleverness. Although he temporarily fooled Chen Mingyan, he also caused a lot of trouble for himself. Because of this incident, the date of the photo was exactly 1 week after the movie. The clear scene came to Chen Mingyan's mind. Mingyan, there's no one at my house tomorrow night. How about you come to my house and help me with my homework? Yang Ming said lewdly and shamelessly. Can't homework be helped at school? Why do I have to go to your house? Chen Mingyan certainly knew what Yang Ming was thinking. She really regretted that she was soft-hearted at that time, which gave Yang Ming the opportunity to take advantage of her. After studying, we can do some things that we like to do. Yang Ming saw that he was exposed, so he didn't hide anything anymore. I don't like to do it. If you want to do it yourself. Chen Mingyan snorted. Study hard. Don't always think about useless things. But sometimes boys need to vent. Mingyan, if you don't help me, I will find someone else. Yang Ming deliberately said this. Who cares? You can find whoever you want. Chen Mingyan didn't care about Yang Ming's threats. Is it because I didn't agree to his request? He went to find a prostitute? Chen Mingyan really couldn't accept this fact. She even began to doubt Yang Ming's feelings for her. Did he approach her to satisfy his personal needs? A feeling of anger and being deceived made Chen Mingyan's tears linger in her eyes. She ignored Wang Jitao. Chen Mingyan stumbled back to the classroom. Her vision was blurred. Damn. Yang Ming, you are not simple. You actually made Chen Mingyan fall for you. Wang Jitao was very unhappy and scolded in his heart. But this time you are finished. Hee. Aren't your grades better than mine? What's the use of being good? Let's see if you still have the mood to take the college entrance exam. As long as you can't get into a university, you won't be competitive anymore. Chen Mingyan wouldn't be with an unemployed young man. Even if Chen Mingyan agreed, her family would strongly oppose it. In this way, he had an opportunity. Wang Jitao did this because he was gambling. He was gambling that Chen Mingyan wouldn't tell this to Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan's personality was that she was the kind of person who buried her thoughts in her heart. Therefore, Wang Jitao felt that Chen Mingyan wouldn't confront Yang Ming face to face because of these photos. Of course, at least not for the time being. When Chen Mingyan regained her senses and a national higher education entrance examination was over, it would be useless to confront him then. One had to admit that this move of Wang Jitao's was truly too insidious. At first, he made Yang Ming let his guard down. Then at the crucial moment, he used a fatal blow. Wang Jitao really expected that Chen Mingyan didn't confront Yang Ming face to face. If it were other things, Chen Mingyan might not be as disappointed and irrational as she was now. But when it came to Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan was a little confused. Yang Ming didn't know what happened because today was the last day of school before the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Yang Ming wanted to be with Chen Mingyan. After school, Yang Ming came to Chen Mingyan's desk. Mingyan, how about going out for a walk? At this moment, Chen Mingyan was lying on her desk. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she slowly raised her head. Her eyes were red from crying as she glared at Yang Ming with disgust. She picked up her bag and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Mingyan, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming felt strange and quickly chased after her. Don't follow me. I don't know you. Chen Mingyan said coldly to Yang Ming, who was following her. Mingyan, what's wrong with you? Did I make you angry? Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan's abnormal mood and was a little confused. You know what you did behind my back? Chen Mingyan said with a hoarse voice. Don't come to me in the future. I hate you. After she finished, she didn't wait for Yang Ming to speak and quickly ran to the end of the corridor. What does this mean? It's inexplicable. Yang Ming was a little confused. How did I provoke Chen Mingyan? Nothing. When he looked in front, Chen Mingyan had already disappeared. Yang Ming shook his head absent-mindedly. Chen Mingyan had never treated him with this kind of attitude. Even when he used to skip class and lie to her, Chen Mingyan only scolded him angrily. What's wrong with her today? He didn't know that at that time, Chen Mingyan only treated teaching Yang Ming as a class cadre's responsibility. But now it was different. Her relationship with Yang Ming was no longer an ordinary classmate relationship. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Wang Jitao looked for Chen Mingyan once. Could it be that this brat said something bad to Chen Mingyan? Fuck his mother. I didn't do anything to him for the time being, and he's still angry? It seems that I have to find an opportunity to teach this guy a lesson. Yang Ming thought resentfully. It's just that no matter what Wang Jitao said, Chen Mingyan would believe it. The current situation was that Chen Mingyan believed Wang Jitao, but didn't believe him. This made Yang Ming very angry. Who is she close to? Forget it. Just ignore me then. This kind of woman is not worth it. Although Yang Ming coaxed Chen Mingyan on small matters, he was a male chauvinist in his bones. Thinking that Chen Mingyan didn't even believe him, it meant that Chen Mingyan didn't believe him at all and didn't care about him. Poor Chen Mingyan, who was misunderstood by Yang Ming. How was it that she didn't care about Yang Ming? It was because she cared too much about Yang Ming that she had such an abnormal attitude. Wasn't there a saying that the deeper the love, the deeper the hurt? Now, Chen Mingyan was like that. Do whatever you want. Yang Ming shook his head. He was actually dumped twice. The first time was Suya. This girl was separated from him. The day before she transferred to another school, she secretly gave him a letter saying that she would like him forever. But after that, there was no news from her. This time, it was Chen Mingyan. In the morning, she was still sweet-talking with him, but in the afternoon, she turned her back on him. It seems that a woman's words can't be trusted. Fickle animals. If you want to misunderstand, so be it. I don't care. Thus, a relationship that had not yet started had a crack in it due to the misunderstanding between the two. After some time, the two buried the hatchet and resolved the misunderstanding. Chen Mingyan regretted it very much. She regretted that she doubted Yang Ming at that time, which led to a perfect relationship to be shared with another woman. Was this considered a punishment from the heavens? Yang Ming, who was in a bad mood, slowly walked out of the campus. He was looking for a target that he could vent his anger on. Yang Ming wanted to meet a few hooligans like Zhang Yuliang who bullied the old and weak, so that he could be a good Samaritan. Jin Gang was unlucky. He chose to make a move on the same day as Wang Jitao. Yang Ming, you come with me. Jin Gang had been waiting at the school gate for a long time. All the students had left, but Yang Ming did not come out. He thought that he missed him. He didn't expect this guy to come out last. This made Jin Gang a little angry. Where's my bicycle? Yang Ming was in a bad mood, so he didn't have time to care about him. Bicycle. Jin Gang thought, you're good. You're about to die, and you're still thinking about the bicycle. In a while, I'll let you say goodbye to the bicycle. I said last time, I can't see the bicycle, so I'll turn you into a bicycle. Do you think my words don't work? Or do you have a memory problem? Yang Ming looked at Jin Gang and said disdainfully, okay, you're good. You come with me. I'll find you a bicycle. Jin Gang said angrily, you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.